Need to stop laughing before I start.
I think it's a great start. We can go into this with a good mood and watch it slowly drift away.
All right. Hello and welcome to another episode of Diplo Strats. I'm Captain Meme. I'm here once again with Ezio. Hi, Ezio.
Hello, hello.
And we're covering, as you can see, Imperial Diplomacy. Although this one is not me covering it, this will be Ezio, because I had nothing to do with this game. Ezio, can you explain what this game is and how you were involved in it?
Yeah, so this game was the Imperial Diplomacy's Mentors game, which was run. It ended back in December. It was run as part of the ImpDip server. There were a couple of people who spent a lot of time, announced it. I think Hobbit is one of the main GMs who was involved, or I don't know people's real names, honestly. I don't know if they were on Discord. Um, but there were people who were running it. They were great. They did a fantastic job. I'm very happy with them for running it. There were announcements on the ImpDip Discord. Many people who were there saw it. Credit to them for doing it. But essentially, what the game was we wanted to run a teaching game of ImpDip, where we had a bunch of people who were relatively new to diplomacy and ImpDip in general, and we paired up a bunch of these beginners with a bunch of experienced players who have played a lot of diplomacy and or a lot of Imperial Diplomacy. And so then the experienced players would not send any press, they would not do any moves, they would only advise their mentee on what stuff to do. And then they had an elaborate process of selecting the mentees and then getting all the mentors to write biographies and stuff, and then the mentee selected, and then country selection, yada yada. There was a whole thing. But at the end of the day, you've got a bunch of countries. There's 25 countries, I think, in ImpDip, however many there are. There's one mentee and one mentor for every pair, or for every country. And so that's what this game is going to be. And I was in this game. My mentee was Schwing, and yes, I was a mentor, which may surprise some of you. Um, and so this was our game, and we were Russia. Some of you guys might remember my last time playing Russia with Captain Me, where
It went incredibly well. We
yeah,
are Russia experts. Everyone knows that.
yeah, definitely Russian experts. Yeah, that's what I'd say based on our previous game. Did we even make it to the end, Captain Me, where we got eliminated, right? Let's not spoil the
Uh,
other video. Don't worry about it. Point is,
yeah.
we have another game of Russia, and this one I also can't talk to people all the time and have to read the press of these other people who may or may not do stuff that I care about. Um, and even worse than that, I talked a lot about that game on video, and I was talking about how I wanted to play Russia. So everyone knows how I want to play Russia. Um, and I'm only the mentor, thankfully, so I don't have complete authority over anything, but I am going to influence stuff. So this was maybe the country I wanted to draw the least. Um, but hey, here it is. So yeah, that's going to be this game.
I assume your mentee wanted to draw Russia, right? Because people put in country requests and stuff, or they generally do that with ImpDip.
Yeah, I think my mentee was just wanted to play a colonial power. I don't actually know how highly my mentee ranked Russia. That's a question I maybe should have asked them at some point. But nah.
Right. Well, I mean, you may. We haven't really mentioned this at all so far, but you may notice that this Russia looks quite a bit different to the Russia that we played.
Yes.
Well, first, it's alive, which is always a good thing. But second, the map is not the same map that we played on. This is a much later iteration, right? Beta 2, I think, or Beta 2.1, something like that. Yeah. And there is this massive impossible zone in the middle.
Yeah, it's a very different map. I don't remember all of the differences that closely, if I'm being completely honest. What I do know is it's very different in how it plays and how it looks from ours. And I wanted to go into this just thinking about how this position looks and how to handle it. It feels, I will say, denser than it looks. Um, like it looks quite spread out with these things over here and then these things over here, but like this Ob province is actually kind of massive and it just connects a whole bunch, and so like you can actually
Oh,
move relatively smoothly around between these two. So that was the thing I noticed.
okay.
But yeah, obviously this impassable zone's a big pain in the butt.
Well, I would have thought it can be a good thing, right? If you're losing on one side, it can protect you from losing everything on the other side. But I guess if you've lost that much, you've probably lost anyway, right? So that's
Yeah,
not
it's one of those
fair.
things where if you cut off this part, you can I guess probably get to some stalemate that's better around like Tamir in this area. But it makes it difficult to hold on to this if you're getting pressured and you want to get units into this position to reinforce. Right, it slows you down there, and it also slows you down if you want to like move past it to conquer stuff. Um,
Yeah.
and yeah, it's like if you're doing really well and have lots of units, you don't want there to be impassable zones, right? Just kind of in general. So yeah.
Yeah, that is true. So you really didn't want to be playing this power, but you did end up with this power anyway. Was there anything you wanted to talk about the like the pre-game, or shall we just jump right into the game?
Pre-game. I had no idea how to handle being a mentor. Um, it's I don't like. There's lots of different ways to try to teach people stuff. There's ways to say I'm gonna tell you what I think is your best way to maximize winning this game, versus I'm gonna give you general good advice to try to make you better at diplomacy, which hopefully applies to this game, versus like I'll talk through tactics with you so we can analyze different positions to see how things go, versus like hey, here, I don't, I had no idea how I wanted to be a mentor, and I had no idea how Schwing had played. I asked for relatively little information from Schwing about anything. I was just like, "You're my mentee. Let's win." I also remember being really happy about the mentee when I looked like I read the blurb of every mentee, and a lot of these mentees sent these like 5 paragraph things of these like super long try-harding text right press that you would send someone to talk about their play, and this Schwing's press was something along the lines of, "Hey, I'm new to diplomacy and I want to try to win games." And I was like, "Oh yeah, let's do
I
it."
should just clarify: there's nothing wrong with putting down that putting down 5 paragraphs and letting people know. It's just that. Well, I assume this is why, like, Ezio is quite a busy person, and so if you can get it across in one sentence, that's a good thing, right?
I if my mentee was sending me a lot of paragraphs of text to try to get me to it, I would start asking for TLDRs because I just can't like I have the mental capacity to read a lot, but I don't have the energy and time to spend it on all of these diplomacy games. And I saw this as the way that the mentee was writing, and I'm like, great, let's do that. On a side note, I've been losing a lot of diplomacy games recently, so maybe these are related.
Oh boy. All right. Well, hopefully this one goes a bit better then.
Well, I wasn't playing this one. I want to be clear that this is my mentee playing. This is Schwing. And by the way, apologies if I'm pronouncing that wrong. I probably am. But this is
That
Schwing
sounds
playing, and
correct.
I am trying to give advice, and I think this is their first time playing Imp Dip in general. So if they make any mistakes, you blame me for giving them bad advice, and if they make good moves, you give them credit for playing good.
Gotcha. All right. That sounds like a plan.
And I
All
think with
right.
that we can get going because I remember the pregame. Schwing was very clear that Schwing wanted to go into the game relatively passively. They didn't want to have a huge plan saying, "Oh, we're going to try to get these dots and those dots, and here's who we're going to ally with." Yada yada. I don't think that was something they were looking for. But let's go look at
I
some
mean,
moves, eh? Seems like about that
yep.
time. How long has it been? Only 20 minutes? Oh, we're on a great pace.
Yeah, that's. I think 10 minutes even if we
Oh,
count from where we started. That's that's incredibly quick.
wonderful. Let's go. Um, Oh yeah, and apologies. I'm not going to talk about anyone else who's in this game or their mentors. There are a bunch of people. All of the mentors are huge names, big names. You got King of Prussia. You got Salt in here somewhere. You've got Downpour. You've got just tons of great players in here. People who are in other games and stuff. I think Aeolus is in this. I think like tons of people. Whatever.
I
Tons of
should
mentors. They're all
also
great.
I do also want to mention that I think this server is open to the public and every channel is now open to the public. So if you do want to check out what's going on with other nations, you can just join the Discord server and read the conversations that these mentors had with their mentees, right? That there's some great advice in there. I would highly recommend it. But yeah, we'll be focusing on Russia.
Yes, we are going to be looking at Russia and me and my mentee. So yeah, here's how the game starts. And I gotta say, as far as openings for Russia, I've seen many worse openings for Russia in games. Yeah, many worse Springo ones. But I've also seen better ones. Um, so just like standard imp dip stuff, when you're a big power, it's generally pretty easy for you to basically double in year one of imp dip as kind of everyone. Um, Smaller powers can have harder times, but they still double. Most everyone's doubling, so it's a really bad sign if you're not doubling. And Russia, I think, has one of the hardest times doubling in Imp Dip, actually. And that's specifically because of this unit over here in Novgorod. Um, Novgorod, you'll notice, doesn't border any supply centers, and it's really difficult for Novgorod to get to the supply centers. Like, its best bets are Narva or Riga. Narva, being a Swedish core, is tough, and Riga, well, yeah, this happens a lot. So, alright, Novgorod's not going to get a dot, so we're probably not going to double. Other than that, though, things are looking pretty good. So, we're going to get to walk into Yakutsk just fine. There's a little bit of concern around Karakorum, where if Ming and Qing coordinate, things are scary. And a reason why we're especially concerned about this is because of this move over here with Halen Pao. Um, Halen Pao moved in such a way that the only way that it can double, right, is if it goes into this one, right, Ikari, and Ikari has only one dot that it can go to, and that's ours. So,
Yes.
to my initial analysis, I'm thinking, uh-oh, these guys have worked something out where they're going to support, or Ming's going to support Qing into here, and then they're going to backfill. And so we're going to not get this one, and then we're going to not get this one over here. And then I'm like, wait a minute, and if we're already getting attacked in those locations, how else is this going to go wrong? So then I started looking at this Ottoman position real quick, and you look at what Baghdad did, right? Where Baghdad moved to Trebizond instead of going to take Riyadh or anything else. And then you're like, well, wait a second, Derbent can do the same thing that happened over there, where Derbent can support whatever Tiflis up into that one, and then this one can backfill in the same situation. And so let's say like, uh-oh.
The question is that just diplomacy player paranoia, or is that good insight? And given that all of these players are being mentored, like in a newbie game, I wouldn't necessarily read too hard into the Ottoman and Qing moves the way you did, but if these are good players and these people have good players behind them, right, then you think there has to be a reason why they sent those in those directions. I think the paranoia is justified.
Yup.
Did you notice as well you can be denied Kiva if Mughals taps Turkestan and Bukhara goes to Kiva?
Now, I assumed they were going to support themselves into Uzgen, because otherwise Turkestan can bounce. But, yeah, I wasn't thinking of that. Yeah, that could have been even worse.
But yeah, I'm curious whether your your assessment there is correct or not. Like, how did your mentee respond to that?
Well, my mentee was really happy after Spring of '01.
Okay.
I seem to remember them not feeling the terror. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember the terror. So Yeah.
That's even after you try and like tell them about
Oh no 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 no
the.
no 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 no.
Okay.
I think once I'm like, hey, what are they doing? I do think that sense of fear came in, but again, I think let's just see how badly it goes, right? Let's take a look at the first open of the year to give us a sense of how things are going to go for this game.
All right. Oh boy. All right. Well, you're saved by the Mughals. That's that's huge. Oh, and you managed to turn the Ottomans around. That's
My mentee is a god,
yeah. Well done, Schwing.
a god amongst men. What a start, dude. Because clearly, right, like Derbent, I don't actually remember. Is Derbent supporting the movement? I think Derbent's supporting Cab to hold.
It looks like Durban is supposing you to hold, yeah, in
Yeah.
Kabardia.
So
And when I say you, I do mean your mentee, but that will
yeah.
be a thing throughout.
Calling me Russia is, I think, reasonable. But yeah, this tap was absolutely massive. Just completely changed everything in the East because we don't lose this one and we just get to walk into stuff and then Ching wasted some time to mess with us to not even get anything for themselves ain't that great. Um, and then we don't lose our center. We have Ottomans as a great friend, and it looks like Safavid. I don't really get this support hold, but whatever. Like, this is just wonderful, and it looks like we're gonna go fight the Safavids because we did this. And I mean, okay, look, my feeling about Russia is you kind of want to kill the Safavids. So.
I wonder if that might be influenced by any past events that have happened to us.
Maybe. But I felt that before that game started, let's be clear. And then I was vindicated. But it's fine. We don't have to worry about that.
So can I predict your mentor advice right now? Fleet Astrakhan.
Yep. That is correct. That is
You
something that
sure
advise.
not Fleet Obdorsk? There's no Obdorsk now to put the fleet.
It's one of the great changes. I can't actually get triggered by Fleet Obdorsk in this game. It's wonderful. My mentee can't do it. Although my mentee, one of the things that I was pushing my mentee constantly was just like, why do you ever want to build fleets in the north? Like, there are no dots in the north. I'm moving the screen up, and I don't see any more dots up here, right? I see the edge of the map. What happens when I go down? Ooh, I see yummy dots everywhere. Dots. So I was like, we should build armies and ignore this stuff. We don't really care. Like, yeah, if we lose Spitsbergen, whatever, if, like, we can lose Yakutsk even, whatever, if we're just grabbing all this juicy stuff. But my mentee wanted to hang on to the dots that he had. And I think it's somewhat reasonable. Like, you can do stuff. I will say, in general, though, beginners are more scared than expert players of the wrong things. Like, higher level players be scared of, like, bigger wars and, like, these long-term fights. Whereas I feel that beginner players are much more worried about getting dotted. For better or for worse. Because, obviously, if you're playing against someone who's going to dot you, then it makes sense to be afraid of getting dotted. And I think that's just a meta shifting thing. But yeah, I
mean, it's just that experienced players can see the wider ramifications of the thing, right? If you get dotted, then it's painful in the moment, but it's not necessarily game-changing, and you then know that that person can't be trusted, so you've gained a bit of good information in the meantime. Certain situations, it can be really bad when you get dotted. But most of the time, it's not really something to worry that much about.
Especially in Imtip, where you have so many more dots, getting dotted, if it's literally just one, is rarely minor. So, yeah. But that's just a small thing that we'll see throughout the game. There'll be some.
So I do want to ask here, real quick, did your mentee make Yarkan to Turfan happen? Did they go to Mughals and say, hey, can you cut this unit for me? Or did they...
You're going to think I'm paying a lot more attention to the press than I was.
Oh, okay. No, I get that completely, because I've tried to spectate people in Imdip before, and I've just gone... there is so much to follow. Like, when you're the one doing the press, it's easier to follow because you're engaging with it constantly, right? But when you're spectating, it's much easier just to ask them for a summary of what happened. Right?
I will say that I did talk to them about the Mughals being a solid positional ally as a very natural one. And also I told them they needed to send more press to everyone all the time.
Okay.
And again, this need is in the context of giving advice for the person to maximize their diplomacy win rate, work-life balance, whatever. All that stuff, it's not relevant. But I was like, dude, if we're trying to get better at diplomacy, just more messages, just ping people more. And I assume he did stuff to the Ottomans. And a bit of a spoilers, we do work with the Ottomans a lot throughout this. The Ottomans, with the Mughals, throughout the game.
Yeah.
So I think this is something that my mentee does, but also this was back in September. So
yes.
I got nothing. I can't definitively say for sure, but I think we'll give him credit. I think we'll say that he did it.
All right.
Which is a huge move. This is one of the biggest moves in the world, right?
Absolutely.
It shows that the Mughals want to work with us, which is relevant because they've currently got some enemies, and it gives us a dot directly. It denies a dot to this enemy, and it means that, great, we have an ally already. That's huge from the get-go. And notably, if you're in the Mughals in a position to do stuff like this, it makes a lot of sense. It doesn't directly give you a dot, and it does piss off the Ottoman, the Ming, or maybe not even Ming, right? I don't know how much Ming wants Qing to get strong. Ming might have asked for this, right? Which would be great.
That is possible. Yeah, that would be very funny.
Yeah, right. Hey, I want to keep them happy with me, but I don't want them to get the extra growth. So, hey, can you cut my support? I don't know.
I mean, that actually looks kind of likely given that Ming didn't and Mughals aren't contesting Barmo. They seem to be pretty peaceful on that front. But yeah, that's like Ming is just walking in there for free.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I got no clue. Absolutely no idea what was going on with any of that stuff.
All right, fair enough.
Just not these early game negotiations and like what's going on with these other countries that aren't even my neighbors. I'm not going to be useful, unfortunately. But I can't tell you, this was like a dream fall phase, especially given the spring, right? Like we lost nothing that we could have lost, right? We you looked at it. We could have lost Cab. We could have been bounced out of Kifa. We could have lost Karakorum. They could be attacking us. Like, it could have been absolutely catastrophic. But instead, we have two solid friends in Ottomans and Ming, who are notably...
Mughals, not Ming.
Mughals, sorry. Mughals and Ottomans, who are notably surrounding Safavids. Ain't that convenient? One of them's already started the attack. And then the one person who looked like they were going to attack us actually kind of got bit at the knees while they were doing it. So, absolutely fantastic start. And so, yeah, I think we do the almost double. We don't get Novgorod, right? But we get everything else. And yeah, we get Spitsbergen, of course. And so, what a fantastic fall.
Yeah.
And this is retreats, I guess. Oh yeah, and this is an important retreat. Yeah. Where does this unit go?
Because it could retreat up into your area.
Yeah, into Chlamydia, but it doesn't. So then there's, Sionic is irrelevant. Okay, and then we actually see what all of our builds look like. Yes, and it doesn't have the circles on it, so it's a little bit harder to tell.
Should if you go back one phase.
I see retreat.
Phase, oh, never mind. I missed a map. Incredible. Okay.
Oh, it's fine. I don't think we really need it. Point is, yes, we do in fact put down Fleet Astrakhan, and sadly Fleet Tehran came down as well. So
I wonder if that came down because, well, I mean, it probably came down because you supported the Ottomans in against them, but it also might be influenced by the fact that you repeatedly said in our Russia commentary that you would always put down Fleet Astrakhan at that point.
Alright, I don't think I said I'll always do it, but there's something of a prisoner's dilemma going on with the Caspian Sea, alright?
Mm-hmm.
If you build a fleet and they don't build a fleet, you're really happy. If they build a fleet and you don't build a fleet, you're really sad. If both of you don't build a fleet, it's like, all right, that's fine. We can be friends, and that works pretty well for both of you. But if both of you build a fleet, guess what both of these fleets do for the rest of the game?
I wonder.
Where do they go?
It's gonna be Mount City here.
Yeah, so this will be fun. Just keep an eye on the Caspian Sea, guys, as I'll be sure to actually highlight it. And then my mentee does in fact decide to put down a fleet in Arkhangelsk. And like, I guess it makes sense. It's fine. I want this to be an army. I'm thinking, look, if we're attacking Sweden, we want this to be an army to just walk into Kola. If we're defending Novgorod, we want this to be an army. If we're defending Moscow, like if we're doing kind of anything with this fleet that isn't like sitting in Barents Sea, we want this to be an army. But whatever, it's a fleet. I guess I'm not the one playing the game. I give advice, and then they do what they want with it. And then obviously in the east, we put armies down. Where? Oh yeah, and we keep Novgorod occupied, so we don't. It's not like we waved anywhere, because this was a fun consideration. Just as a thing, we could pretty clearly tell this phase what was going on, right? That there was going to be a Narva and Riga, and so we had a freer choice of going into like Smolensk, Latgale, Pskov, Karelia. We could go any of these places, and the determination was that going there pisses people off, and doesn't stand to gain that much. I would say I think we should have gone to Pskov just in general. It's a better province. It's closer to Dots, and then like it's a little more threatening to Sweden, but also we can talk to Poland and stuff. And I don't know. I like being in a better spot rather than just sitting back. But sitting back's very reasonable as well. And so we stayed in Novgorod, and then yeah, back to builds. So yeah, we didn't actually wave anywhere. As for other builds, I noticed the big one, right? The fleet in Tehran. Which we don't like. I don't remember there being any other builds that we really care about.
Yeah, I mean, there are annoying ones like the Highland Power Army, but they're expected, right? The Qing Army coming down.
Yeah, although notably, what I do like is that this is what the map looks like before builds, right? Is that the Qing do put down a fleet. So they don't put down two fleets, but they do put down one. But one is a lot better than zero, which seems quite plausible to me. And yeah, like basically the Safavids built in a way that was annoying to us, but the Ottomans like didn't put fleet Constantinople or anything, so we're safe in the Black Sea area. And then I don't know. I think solid builds about what we expected. Yeah, no fleets between these two. That's a big one. Sorry, that's worth noting. There's no tension. Yeah,
that's not good. Alright.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see how you deal with that.
Yeah, good luck, us. Dude, this Western Russian front is just so scary. Novgorod is so easy to lose. Just look at all of these neutrals that you can't control with just Novgorod. That, like, Poland and Sweden can just walk into all of them. Like, this turn, right? They can still walk into Karelia, Pskov, and Latgale, and Smolensk. Oh, and Bryansk.
And Bryansk,
yeah. They can just walk into all of them, and you're like, wait, what? Yeah, no, Novgorod sucks. I hate this one. But also, at some point, there's nothing you can do if they try to take stuff, so just do the best with what you got. Like, again, if they're building a bunch of armies, like, what's Sweden doing with these armies? Man,
Yeah, they are. They do seem likely to be coming for you. Which is odd. You would think that Sweden and Poland are at war. Like, they're almost always at war in the early game because they kind of have to kill each other. Well, Sweden needs to kill Poland in order to do well in a game, I think. And, or at least subjugate Poland. And so you would expect some level of tension between them, but here, clearly, they've managed to work something out. It's a bit unfortunate as a Russia.
But I think it's good for both of them.
Yeah. Especially early on, I mean, you can use that to gain momentum in another direction. You can take out Russia and then hopefully claim dominance over the other person in your alliance, right? it really depends which of them manages to get the upper hand later on, but it can really help them early. Yeah, you avoid the situation of building fleets that are just going to bounce somewhere forever, like a certain someone has already done this game.
Yeah. I will say there is something fun about the dynamic between Sweden and Poland that I learned about at some point midway through the game, where the player, the mentee for Poland, was, I think, is in a relationship with the mentor of Sweden.
Okay. Oh boy.
And so that was something that I
complicated.
learned at some point in the game, and it was like, well, we can use that. Because think of how much the mentee would love to lord that over the Swedish SO, right? To say, ha, I beat the person who's getting your advice. You suck. I never have to listen to you ever again. And I that was one of the few times I actually really was like, hey, you should use this specific tact while trying to pitch a deal to these people. Anyways. That's one of those fun things of like, yeah, it turns out real world dynamics do influence how people play in the board game. Shocker.
All right.
You got any questions?
Well, anything more you want to? I don't initially have any. I'm just curious to see how these moves play out.
Yeah, we gotta see the spring, right?
All right. Yeah, that looks not good on your front against Poland.
No, we're not looking at it. First of all, we're just double checking.
Right.
Caspian Sea bounce success.
Mm-hmm.
Boom.
Yes.
Gonna be doing this for a
You
minute.
get Durban. Well, you don't get Durban. You bounce the south of its house of Durban. But Ottomans are giving that to you?
Yes. My memory is that Durban is supposed to be ours. But I also recall there being nonsense about some last minute tactical changes. I think they were supposed to be supporting us in the Durban and they changed to do this. Which
Okay.
something like this. There were a lot of phases where the Ottomans did the radio silence until near the end of the phase to then send some messages out.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, look, at some point, it's once or twice you can buy it, but then at some point they just clearly don't want to tell you about stuff, which is all scary. All right, so yeah, now let's go look at Poland real quick. And
That's
so,
a lot of lines going in your direction.
a lot of lines going our direction. We have a couple lines going against it, right? Like Kola and Karelia, right? We successfully bounced both of those. So this could be awful. And I'm going to point out, Fleet Archangels rears its ugly head again. Because it makes it really hard to hold Novgorod. Because you'll notice, we bounce both of these armies and the maps are hard. Maybe I can actually do a quick thing for just this area to show you what this area of the map looks like after moves. You see, they've got 1, 2, 3 units on Novgorod that none of them can be cut. We can support it with Moscow, and we can input the order for Archangels, and you can try to wish that this coastline extends inland, but sadly, Fleet Archangels cannot support hold Novgorod.
Yeah, that's a problem. I mean, ultimately, that front is going to crumble regardless if these players continue attacking you, I think, so that's the upside.
Yeah, the upside is that you'll
doesn't
lose
really
stuff and eventually anyways, but if I can stop them from taking anything, maybe they don't go for the attack.
Yeah, that's true. That is a painful fleet to have right now. And it's a bit counterintuitive because you think that Fleet Archangelsky would be great against Sweden, but it's really not because Sweden's SCs are all on the other coast.
Yeah, you can mess with Trondheim. And it doesn't really mess with Trondheim. It's something I also want to point out, right? Like, yes, you get there, no, you don't even get there faster, right? Archangels to Barents to Finnmark to Trondheim, or like Barents to Norwegian to Trondheim. You could just go Archangels to Kola to Finnmark to Trondheim. And in the meanwhile, while you're in Kola, you can stop by Umia.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's... Look, the West is sad, but the West is always sad. I haven't seen a Russia game where the West wasn't awful. And the good news as well is that we're friends with the Ottomans. And being friends with the Ottomans is such a big deal in this case, because as you'll notice in this area, we've actually got the jump on Poland in the south. We're in... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 places to contest only a couple of these. And I think it works out such that
Do they just lose? I think they're just losing Jazzy and something else, kind of guaranteed.
I think there's another important thing here, which is you can see the Ottomans walking back out of Split on the Mediterranean coast, right next to Austria, and just giving that center to Austria. So you know they're working with Austria here, and if you look at the northern Austrian units, they are going full in against Poland as well. Like you Pressburg up to Silesia, Vienna up to Saxony. I think that is also. I mean, it could be an attack on Netherlands, but I think it's an attack on Poland as well. And if you have all three of you coming in on Poland, then even if Poland has Sweden on side, they're not going to be able to stand up to that. They need to flip someone. Yeah.
And this is one of those things where, depending on who takes Novgorod, and since Poland needs Sweden more than Sweden needs Poland, the expectation is that Sweden is the one that gets Novgorod. But once Sweden gets Novgorod, it then becomes relatively easy for Poland to then flip us from attacking Poland to attacking Sweden instead, because then this center will be owned by them. So,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the West. It's very exciting. Lots of stuff in Europe. And by the way, here's your like biannual look at America. All right, have fun, everybody. That's what you get.
Oh yeah, we should say there's a Great Plains on this map. That wasn't there when we played.
Cool.
Anyway, yeah, that's
Yeah, and then also
relevant to
here's
us in
Africa.
this
There's
instance.
stuff. There's colonials. They're real. They play. And then Indonesia. I don't know, man. Ooh, look at that. What's going on? I don't know. All right. Slightly more relevant to us though is our eastern border, where
Ooh,
Schwing moves against Ming.
that's interesting.
Very hard.
That's really good.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, this is good for us. And you'll notice that Mughals do it as well. And we actually, I think, are in on this. I think we're going to get Turfin as the agreement.
Although it looks like you're also setting up to try and get Ikari behind them.
Yeah,
I mean, I assume that was a defensive move, but it's...
I don't think so.
Okay. But yeah, Ming does not look good either way. Even if you flip on Qing here, Ming is facing attack from Qing and Mughal and Ayutthaya in the south. That's horrible for them. Yeah.
Yep.
And really good news for you.
Oh, I mean,
Of,
the biggest news is that Qing is moving away, but it's one of those things that we really don't want to see Qing grow. Because, well, they're not Safavids in that they, like, have to attack us. They kind of have to attack us. Like, we're so close to their cores over here. If they get stronger, I anticipate them taking our cores at some point and, like, controlling this local area. So I think it's pretty important for us in the long run that we see Qing not be strong. But the most important thing is that they're not attacking us. So... yeah, I forget actually what I counsel about this stuff. I think I say you should move to Buryatia, because if they move there, you would love that you move there, because then you bounce them. And if they don't move there and you end up in there next to a bunch of their centers, if you don't want to take anything, just don't. And if you do, now you can. It's one of those, like...
oh my god.
Yeah, I don't know.
Can you hear the Diplostrat's train horn in the background?
I could not. I can hear my washing machine of my upstairs neighbors going.
Okay.
So...
no, that's fine. Alright, it's fine. I'm not talking for this bit, so I can cut out the Diplostrat's train horn, but I will stay silent for a bit longer. You can keep talking. That's so loud.
Oh yeah, dude. Okay. Other stuff going on. We talked about this area. Everyone's ganging up on Poland, and that's great. Sweden's coming after us, but Sweden ain't getting shit. Yeah. Safavids. Mughals don't want to come with us against Safavids right now, but we do good tactics, and so we don't lose anything, and they make slight progress, but, like, not really get anywhere. And yeah, things are just sort of, like... I would say this is a very smooth, very clean and easy... spring of year 2, where stuff is going pretty well. Ish.
minus the whole
Yes.
losing Novgorod thing. But
it's 1 dot.
exactly, it's only 1 dot. It is a core, which is obviously sad. And it is notable that it's unclear if we're getting any dots this year, right? Maybe we take Ikari. We're not guaranteed it, I don't think, right? They can defend it if they want. I don't know if we're getting Turfan or Derbent, maybe. They say we're going to get, but who knows? I don't know who's getting Kiev or whatever. So, like, we might actually be disbanding, which is always a scary thing to feel in the second year. But at least we have a couple of friends and a couple of people who really aren't attacking us. So, generally speaking, things are looking up.
Yes.
Let's go check the fall. Or, no, let's go check the results, then retreats. Yeah. Safavid.
Yeah, Safavid being pushed backwards further.
Yeah, but no disband, sadly. Alright, and now we see the fall. Alright.
Yep.
So here, I remember this deal changed. We were originally going to be the ones getting Derbent, and Ottomans were like, we really want Derbent. We should be the ones to have it. And then it's like, I mean, I guess, fine. So, okay, we put them in.
You're quite reliant on Ottomans at this point. You don't want to be annoying them by insisting on that.
I completely agree. And I wasn't the one negotiating. So, whatever. Fine, good for the Ottomans. They get their thing. We do, in fact, lose Novgorod. That's really sad. We do get Kiev, which is good. I like taking things. So at least we're neutral in this area. It's a fun thing of retreating, right? Because Novgorod can only retreat to Bryansk, and Kiev can potentially retreat to Bryansk and then force a disband.
Yeah.
For both of them, which is fun.
Probably correct for them to do that, right? Because they can rebuild instantly in the other space they can retreat.
Yeah, but
maybe
they're
they
like
can't
they
rebuild.
thought they're. I don't know, man. It's Poland, right? They randomly get other dots elsewhere. I don't know if they can build or not.
Yep.
But I generally think I'm inclined to agree. But notably, we can like rebuild in Kharkov as well, or Verk or whatever. So it's not like we're not able to build. But again, I'm just saying we're getting punished by this fleet because the fleet can't bounce Karelia, because this fleet is on like this coast. This is actually a thing where like I really dislike this water animation because it kind of looks like this fleet should be able to go to Karelia because you're like, look at this thing, it should go there, but it can't. Although if you want to make this an actual sea tile and make Arkhangelsk a 2-coast province, Blair. You know how to contact me. We can get this map design stuff in.
No.
What a useful one civilized one
I want to be able to build fleets in Cannon Bornu. That's my my request.
Fleets in Cannon Bornu? Oh, God. Make that an actual thing. It doesn't need a coastline split, though. Anyways, point is, if we had an army here, then this army could bounce Karelia while this fleet bounces Kola, and then we can still support Novgorod. What we looked at was that we wanted to throw the support on Novgorod because if Smolensk supported Kiev, then they couldn't put 3 on Novgorod. They could only put 2, so we had to support hold Novgorod. Because this way we're going even, right? Either we take Kiev or we lose Novgorod, assuming Ottomans stick to their end of the deal, which they do. So that's great. But it means that we can't bounce Karelia and Kola, or Umia and Dabo, depending on how you want to think about it. We could have done it if we wanted to use Barents to bounce Kola while Arkhangelsk bounced Karelia, but I don't know. The Schwing didn't want other people near Spitsbergen, so
Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah. I did want to ask a quick question about the Ottoman Safavid front. Sorry,
Sure.
back over here. Because it looks like the move from Trebizond shouldn't have succeeded, right? Because Baghdad gets cut? Oh, no, that's not adjacent. Okay, that's why. I was like, that arrow should have turned red. But Isfahan is not adjacent to Baghdad. That is not a valid move, so it doesn't get support.
Yeah, it's tough.
I wonder if they had a convoy in for that at some point and then switched it at Portugal's request and forgot to change the Isfahan order.
It's possible.
Either that or they just didn't see
I
the
think
adjacencies.
this is just, like, Van is an odd province that's, like, very long and a bit weird. I don't know exactly, but that's why this move succeeded. So, yeah.
Yep. All right. What's going on elsewhere?
Yeah, so we bounced the Caspian Sea, obviously. Keep your eyes on that. This is 1 full year running. We do get into Turfin.
Nice. Yeah.
And we don't
Just
mess
move on.
with them. We just sit.
Wow. I mean, they clearly expected you to mess with them, which means not messing with them was a good idea, because
Oh, yeah.
now they'll just feel like a bit of a fool for not trusting you, right?
I don't think they'll feel that way, but it's still correct to not mess with them. I think they'll look at... I mean, I don't know. When I see someone just sitting next to my dots and not moving, I'm thinking, uh-huh, yeah. Uh-huh. So that's how I feel, and so...
Yeah, it is true. I think Baratia, that move was justified on the turn it moved in, because there were Qing units all around. You can say, hey, I was just hedging against you moving up, but standing still there afterwards is a little harder to explain.
Mm-hmm. What's the SpongeBob meme? He's just standing there menacingly. Yeah.
Yeah, I can try and find that for the edit.
Yeah, the hash slinging slasher, I think.
Okay. I'm not up to date on my SpongeBob lore, so I may need your help to find it.
Oh, maybe it's not. Sorry. No. Sorry. The standing there menacingly, different episode. Oh, I forget. Anyway, sorry, that's the wrong episode. Different one, though.
Yeah.
I think it was like SpongeBob. Anyway, I don't care. Point is, this army is a looming threat.
Mhm.
And how do you navigate your relationships with someone while you're blatantly threatening them? I don't know. Don't ask me. I ruin it. Good news. I wasn't doing the press. I don't know.
Well, I hope your mentee knew what he was doing with regard to that.
I seem to recall mostly just not sending messages.
Okay, I mean that's a way to do it.
I think he just like let's not touch that, right?
All right, but yeah, you got Tefan. You went +1.
Yes.
You lost Novgorod. You gained Kiev, so +1 overall. That's nice.
Yeah, very happy to go +1, and notably, once again, it's because of the Mughals helping us out with in the east. Like, they helped us keep Karakorum, and now they gave us Turfan. We have so far given them nothing, so we kind of owe them some stuff. Maybe we'll give it to them, maybe we won't.
I mean, they also clearly don't want to declare war on the Safavids, right? They're keeping a completely demilitarized front on that side. The fact that they're helping you at all while the Safavids are fighting you is a bit like, wow, I'm impressed they're doing that, because they have this massive demilitarized border. But I'm glad they decided to do it, and they're clearly not wanting to attack in the direction that you'd be able to help them right now. So, yeah.
Well, I mean, we could have given them Turfan.
Yeah, that's true. Would you... No, I don't think it would have been sensible in this situation because the Ming had Uguristan, right? Right next to Yarkand.
Reasonable? Yeah.
But yeah.
I mean, look,
Anyway.
just ask for people to support you in this stuff and be surprised when they say yes.
Yes. Alright.
All in all, very solid here too, right? We don't really have 4 many enemies. We've only got 3 many enemies. 1, 2, 3.
Aye.
But here's
But
what I
you
was.
have 2 very strong allies, which is nice.
Yes, we've got 2, I think,
Ottomans and-
fantastic friends, Ottomans and Mughals, and then the Qing are these like maybe friends. And I know it'll be you guys don't even notice. I didn't consider Ming enemies because they can't touch us really. They got this one army. They're not real enemies. / discount. So yeah, I don't know. I think like solid position. We're in good shape. It's not. I've seen worse phases, but also we only went +1 in year 2 of Imp Dip. And so when you look at the leaderboards, right, we're down here only at 15, and there's like a lot of people ahead of us. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people ahead of us. If we go look at the leaderboards for the end, oh wait, we go up? Hell yes! Look at that.
If you look at the winter phase, there'll be the VSCC thing there. Oh my god, there isn't? Where's the winter?
Hey, Captain Meme, you put this together, man.
I was in charge of these maps. This is not good.
I don't
Alright,
care.
well,
Look, we
whatever.
can see this thing, right? We're at 16. We went up, and actually we go up spaces. I just assumed we go down because like this is year 2 of Imp Dip. And like, look at what happens to like Dutch goes up, or like Portugal's at 30, England's at 26, France is at 26, and then they go to what? Like a lot? Right? 30, 30, 32. Spain does. Actually, Spain stays neutral. Huh. Alright, a lot of leaders had worse O2s than I thought. But like these minor powers is also, you'll see, like Abyssinia and Austria and stuff, they're going to be going up, right? Or, sorry, I went back.
You're
I
going
hit the
back.
order, yeah. Austria's up and whatever. Although Poland is maybe down because Poland lost a lot, right? Poland lost 2 here, and then
They gained 1 over there. I don't think they'll be down a lot, but they won't have jumped anywhere.
yeah, I don't know. All right, and then
They
here we
gained
can see
Bremen
the
as
actual
well, so I think
retreat,
they're
right?
even.
Yeah. So here we can see that the Kiev and Brandsk retreat, in fact, does happen. So boop, they both go poof.
Yep.
Yeah. So that means we're building 2, I think. And so, Meme, you can build 2. You're Russia. Where are you building? Pop quiz.
Ooh, okay. Where are open centers? We've got Kharkov as an option. Oh, we got, well, a bunch open on that side. Okay. And we've got Kharkov, we've got Verkhozeroy. I mean, Verkhozeroy feels too far back. I think the 3 units down on that front should be sufficient to deal with Safavids at the moment, especially if you trust Mughals. And you can't really push more through there anyway. So I would rule Verk out, unless we need a backup unit for the west. Kharkov, I would put one in Kharkov, not in Bakhchisarai because we don't want to annoy the Ottomans. So probably one on the other side next to Qing as well. In Yakutsk, that might annoy Qing too much, but if you're deciding that you want to go to war with Qing anyway, then Yakutsk is a good place to build. So that would probably be my choices. It's either that or 2 on the Western Front. You're going backwards. Okay.
I was confirming if the Qing were building or not.
Or it's... I wonder if I corrupted the images in some way, because it's not showing the winter phases, which is really irritating. But, oh well, we get the post-builds moves here. So you do build in Verk. Interesting. So why not put that in Backshis? Is it because you want to use it against Safavids?
I like the flexibility. I push for this one.
Okay. I mean, yeah, it is a very flexible. It can get to the Qing area very quickly and doesn't tip them off that you're attacking them in the same way that Yakutsk does. So,
And
I can see
and
it.
I'm not convinced we are attacking Qing. It's one of those things that, like, we've only got 4 units here, and notably, we've got a lot of dots in the east, right? The east has been very much keeping us afloat, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dots, 4 units, good sign. So I do want to put units in the area. I don't want to be super weak, but also I want to let the Qing just move south, kind of flow away. Or maybe I go for a stab in the spring, but I don't want to tip my hand with an army that's like... If I build an army of Kuts, right, they're never moving away. So that's my general feeling. I think maybe you could get away with, like, Kaira or whatever, but I think that one still is tough. Because it really doesn't help against the Qing that much. It's like a little bit faster. It's one move faster than Perk, but it looks much more threatening. And if we can get into Uzgen or like get into Turkmenistan, then this extra army will actually be quite helpful against Safavid. So, yeah, and then Kharkov, yeah, we agree Kharkov is like the most useful Western build.
Maybe
Yes,
baby back is better,
absolutely.
but it helps. This holds Moscow. This is an important part of the stalemate line. Like, you notice if you lose Bakhchisaray and Kiev, like the fleet doesn't, the armies can't go past really, and you could hold Kharkov kind of indefinitely. And I looked at this for a little bit. Like, you have not a true stalemate line, but it's like close to a stalemate line. If you've got stuff in like Karasia and Anedia supporting Arkhangelsk, and they're in like just armies in these places, um, then like Kazan, not quite. You need to like have Bakhchisaray right after. But like, point is, you have almost a stalemate line. They need to have really everything occupied if you have Kharkov. Is the point. So
Yeah.
try not to lose stuff. Hold the area. So we'll be like keeping these. Let's stay on the west, and let's hope that the east just stays alive. And I also will say, right now, it looks kind of difficult to take anything from Qing if they try to defend. Right? They've just got 4 units. We've got 4 units. If they get under enough pressure, we can take stuff, but we really wanted to pull their stuff away before we go in. So
I think if you had Army Yakutsk, you could push him for Nivix quite easily. I say that you wouldn't have anything to backfill Beretia, so maybe not.
yeah, if we double built in the
yeah.
east, I do agree. We just have the numbers then to hard force on them. Right? Put Yakutsk, Bryansk, we walk in, and then they bounce Amber and we get nothing. But
Yes. All right, we have fixed the winter issue. That was why there was a slight jump cut there. We now have the VSCCs visible. You can see them here. All right,
Yes,
and back
sir.
over to you, Ezio, to keep talking about whatever we were talking about before, the builds.
So for builds, we do these builds in Kharkov and Vert. We spend a lot of time talking about this. I really like being able to see the circles because it makes it a lot easier to discuss builds that other people do. Because I can remember what we
Yeah.
did, but stuff that I wouldn't notice necessarily, this Fleet Narva.
Yeah,
That makes us very
that's an
happy.
interesting one. I think Sweden is preparing to jump in on and kill Poland potentially, right? Um,
They just took
That's-
Novgorod from us. So,
that
I
is
don't know.
true,
do
but
they expect us to go
Like-
and help them?
why would Fleet Nava be built otherwise?
Oh, I have no
Maybe
idea.
as a defensive thing, but eh.
You could build Fleet
Whatever,
Stockholm
Poland
or Ottawa
can't
is
fight
defensive,
it.
but Fleet Narva, that's just to walk into Riga, man.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, I have no
yes.
idea why they built Fleet Riga. I don't remember this at all. But hey, it's not an army, and that's good news for us because I don't want more armies walking into Abo and Pskov and stuff to mess with us. And then where we do want to see armies is down here. Akhmedabad, Delhi, and Kabul are all armies, so there might actually be a sizable Mughal push, which would be pretty great.
That's very nice to see. Yep. And did Qing get no builds?
I don't think so. I believe they went neutral.
Okay.
Because they took
Nice.
Peking, but they lost Pyongyang. Pretty
Got
sure.
it.
Like, and here's where we can double check stuff. So Qing plus 0, right?
Yep. Yeah, nice. Wait, who was it? It went -5. Jeez. Netherlands, poor Netherlands. Alright, there's
Yeah.
always one colonial.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't lost anything at home, so who knows? But
Not looking
yeah.
good.
I mean, if you go -5 here too, it's tough.
Yes.
Any other
Alright,
questions,
anyway,
Captain Meme?
no relevance to you. No, I don't have any questions here. Let's
Oh yeah,
move
the
ahead.
Ottomans might be the least. No. The Netherlands are definitely not the least relevant colonial. That's Portugal.
Are you sure Portugal borders, like, south of it on the other side? What happened to speaking to neighbors of neighbors? That's here.
Speaking to anyone in this game, I'm barely talking to my mentee.
Okay, that's fair.
But like, okay, they have 2 units that are adjacent to the southern tip of the Safavids. True. But England is relevant because they have a lot of units that border this one, Sweden.
Sweden.
Yep. Maybe it's France actually, because France, right? They border Austria, and Austria is relevant to us, and they border Netherlands, and Netherlands is relevant to us, but they are not relevant themselves.
as opposed to Portugal, who's got 2 units that are relevant. I don't know. Maybe it's France.
Yes. Anyway,
None
it's
of them
completely
matter.
unrelated to Russia, so...
Yeah, they don't matter to
let's-
Russia. We don't care. So yeah, I think let's go to the next phase. And now it is to the right, actually.
Oh, nice. Alright.
Yes, all right. And so
Perfect.
now these things are all done, and now we go next once more.
Okay. Right. So you are still being attacked, but not very effectively. Oh no, you lose Kiev. That's sad. Oh my god. Okay, I didn't... I was not looking at what was happening down here. That's really bad. Oh no. Maybe you should have built in Bakhchisarai.
Maybe we should have built in Bakhchisarai, eh? Oh, but at least we've got work in the area, so we're not just exploding.
Oh no.
Oh, Yeah, this was the first phase that my mentee started crashing out. For good reason. This is not a good phase in the West. Because remember all those times you were like, man, we're doing so okay as long as the Ottomans stay on side? Well,
Yeah.
Bakhchisarai doesn't actually border Suga because, as we were noticing, this Kharkov thing. So Bakhchisarai can't even retreat here, and we only have one retreat spot for both of these 2 units, so one of them is getting popped. At least we're not gonna lose our Kangelsk anytime soon. Oh, wait a minute, they can cut Barents Sea, and then we can only support our Kangelsk with 1, and then like we have to tap Novgorod, and like, oh god, no, we're probably losing everything. And we don't make that much progress against Safavids because yeah, we support Hold Kiva and we don't lose, so that's great. We don't lose, but also that the Mughals that we were hoping were gonna be in like Multan and like all these other places are not really. And this move to Gore to me looks more defensive than offensive. So that ain't it. And then let's look real quick at this little thing. Oops.
You do go for Chichihar and Ikuri and bounce yourself out of both. Oh no. This is greed. That's a problem. Like, you can just go for Ikuri with support and you'll be fine. But yeah, now
Or
now
go for
Russia gets nothing.
Emmer. That's also good.
Yeah, although actually you are guaranteed Ikuri in the fall, so that's
It's
fine.
not
but
the end of the world, but it's real bad, and it looks so stupid.
this is not a good phase. I'm sorry, Schwing. This, clearly, Ezio gave you very bad advice on this one.
Yeah, this was a rough one. I saw this phase go through, and then this is one of the times when I said like the most urgent. Hey, sometimes you get knocked down, and it's inspirational speech time, and that's when you gotta stand back up and go right back. Because I suck at this. This is also one of my worst parts of the game. Is I get demoralized so hard and so fast. And when I see a phase like this, I just want to quit. I want to leave and never go back and stop playing diplomacy ever again. Yeah.
Yep.
And so it was. Yeah, so I pitched him, you just gotta go and get back on that horse. But honestly, I have no practical suggestions of what to do. Like, the Ottomans are just gonna kill us.
I think you have to flip the Safavids, right? I mean,
What do
Safavids
you mean,
advanced
flip
into
the
Van.
Safavids?
I know that you're bouncing in Caspian, but like at this point, the Caspian bounce is just a done thing. You can just say it's like the Black Sea in Classic, right? We just bounce there and work together elsewhere. Because the Safavids are advancing against Ottomans. They got into Van here. They're in the Persian Gulf as well. They could be distracting enough that the Ottomans flip back the other way. You never know. And yeah, you're not getting help against the Safavids anytime soon from what I see. I agree with you that Gore is a defensive move. If it was offensive against the Safavids, it would have been accompanied by a move to Multan from Delhi, because that is also adjacent to Herat, and you kind of need that.
I mean, counterpoint, look at what's going on in the southern part of the Mughals. So
This is probably a time where I should be aware of what's going on a little bit further away from you yet.
yeah, but nah, I agree with you. They're not attacking. So we got nothing. We have no friends. Our closest friend just stabbed us right in the back for 2 measly dots. We hate them. We hate them.
Okay, the one upside you've got here is that the only player who's looking to gain your dots is Ottomans, right? Like, Sweden can maybe get Archangelsk after a bit of hammering at the door. Poland's not going to get anything. They've been locked out by the other powers next to them. And Ottomans is looking to sweep in and grab a lot. So you can point to Ottomans as big threat. Let's get a coalition going. Everyone together.
Man, that would have been a real good pitch to my mentee.
Well, hey.
Yeah, settled for inspirational nothings and mostly just said, go ping people and it'll work itself out. I don't know, man. That's called being a social threat, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're correct. Like, you said that your main problem in situations like this is crashing out and not wanting to play anymore. And you're well aware of how that feels. I'm less aware of how that feels because I will just enjoy the game even if I'm doing really badly most of the time, unless people are really rubbing it in, right? So you're kind of the perfect mentor to have in that situation because you know what kind of speech you need to give to raise morale again. Even if you're not giving specific suggestions, sometimes you don't need specific suggestions. Sometimes you need get your head back in the game and go back in there.
Yeah, sure. All right. Well, here's part of the bad news, right? You said that Ottoman's the only one's getting anything, right? Well, let's look at Archangels, shall we?
Okay, yeah.
So, and we can look at the actual thing. We can look at what the actual units are on the board, right? And then I think this will show us the blank map, right? So, Norwegian Sea can cut Barents because Sweden kicked England out. And then they got 3 on it. And
you cut Novgorod with Moscow, you cut Kola with Barents, and you support Hold Archangelsk, and Sweden can't get anything.
Yeah, I forgot that Moscow was fine, actually. I thought there was something in Bryansk or whatever that could threaten Moscow. Never mind, sorry, we got no problems. It's if they could threaten Moscow, I thought we were going to have to make a guess to defend Archangelsk from Moscow. Whatever. Oh, wait, no, this is fort. I want to go back. Back, sorry. Wrong order. Too far back, too far back. This is the high-octane gameplay. All right, anyway, so, okay, yeah, we don't lose anything. We're totally fine. Everything's okay. And then it's like, okay, but now in the south, with Kabardia, right, I wish it stayed soothing. And by the way, here's some retreat stuff we see. Yeah, whatever. We get into forum.
Yeah, you guaranteed lose Kabardia, right? If Bakhchisarai cuts Kharkov.
But if Bakhchisarai is cutting Kharkov, what can we do?
Then you can take Bakhchisarai back, which is nice.
So what are they going to do? Is Kharkov going to support taking Bakhchisarai, or is Kharkov going to support hold Kabardia?
It's an interesting question. I suspect you will take back Bakhchisarai because you can guarantee that if you put Kharkov on that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. That just seems kind of obvious. Yeah. But in that case,
won't get to complete your Kabardia core.
Yeah, but in that case, don't you have Kiev? Like, if you're working with the Ottomans now, can't you try to get him to tap one of Voro or Zap, and then
but this is where what I was saying comes in, right? Poland is not getting anything more than what they've already got. If they go for Voronezh or Zaporizhia, then they're just going for non-SCs, and there's no way they're going to funnel units between the Ottomans and Sweden here. So this is where you need to go to Poland and go, if you tap me here, you're literally just going to help the Ottomans get further, and then they're going to go and stab you. You've already been made aware of their stabby tendencies by the fact they attacked you in the first place. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think this is actually where I pitch to, where I tell my mentee, offer to support Smolensk into Novgorod.
That's an interesting one, especially because Poland just moved back to Riga, right? After the fleet build in Narva. Clearly they don't trust the Swedish that much.
Yep.
I wouldn't have thought of that, and I think that's a good suggestion.
Yeah, because this gets the tap on Novgorod. We don't have to have Moscow be the one to move for it. We can still support Hold Archangelsk or whatever. I don't remember if it's this phase. I might be off, and I might... Either way, if I didn't pitch it, I should have pitched it, and I'm sorry for not giving bad advice, whatever. And yeah, then in the east, we still take Eek, and it's the good news that, look, there's so few armies over here because of all these fleet builds. If we can keep them from building too much, we can actually
put the squeeze on them. And as sad as it was to lose 2 centers, at least one of them was a disband, so we're not actually down that many units. There's a chance we can still build this year anyways if things go our way.
Mm-hmm.
You have to get pretty lucky for that to work, though, but hey, we can always dream.
Yeah, we can hope.
All right, ready for the fall Captain meme?
Yeah, let's see it. Alright, yeah. Oh, Poland's on side completely. Nice. They did not attack Novgorod, but I think that's fine. They're attacking Ottomans. This is... That's really nice.
Yes, and by using Zappo to cut Kyiv, we guarantee the tap, and then we're also cutting Bakhchisaray, so then boom, Poland gets in, and so we have a big enemy, and guess what? Austria also attacks the Ottomans. And then Spain also attacks the Ottomans.
Yeah, no, this is the problem with a very strong player flipping on their ally a bit flippantly like this, right? Ottomans had a really good thing going, but it just makes it evident to everyone around them that they're willing to go in on someone and take advantage of that, right? And suddenly no one trusts them. Or at least everyone sees the opportunity. Although they did get Safavids to move away from them.
Safavids took Derbent.
Well, I mean, yeah, but they're going upwards, right? They're going away from the main, the main Ottoman core.
But look at the Ottoman dots. They're in these dots. I don't think taking Derbent and Schwing is moving away.
Okay, maybe that is against them. I do just want to say, Schwing, I am a huge fan of you attempting to complete that core in Kabadia. I respect it massively.
Hell yeah. Oh, dude, if you like the cores, man, you're going to be a huge fan of Schwing.
Alright.
Yeah, we get some fun cores in this game. It's great. Alright, and so then as we keep going this way, we still actually get the Mughals to hit. We do the thing. We get them into Uzgen. Uzgen? I don't know how to pronounce that one. And it's huge, because this is a capture and a disband. So, boom.
Absolutely. That's incredible. And Gore didn't attack Safavids in the end, it's just protecting their SC, right? But it's still very important for this attack to succeed.
Yeah, it gives them the security to go for this play for Uzgen. I don't think they would do it otherwise.
Yes. Nice.
And we can support Holkiva. So that's great, right? That's fantastic news. Our good ally who's helped us out with a couple dots, we're helping them out with their dot against our mutual enemy. Isn't this great? And then we look back over here and we do in fact get the dot. We actually guarantee it, so okay. So
yeah.
End of day calculations, we're -1, 2, 3 dots in the west. We only gain 1 dot in the east. But the bigger deal is that the person who was attacking us, Ottomans, lost 1 million centers this year. And then our former enemy is now attacking our current enemy. So that's good news. And I think Sweden's like, wait a minute, I'm not getting anywhere. What are we doing here?
Yes. It certainly looks that way.
So,
oh man,
that's great.
I do not like Barents C support hold Archangelsk here. That should have gone to Kola. But again, it doesn't. It's not punished, so it's not a problem. But that was always getting cut.
Yeah, yes. It's one of those things. Barents should just be tapping Kola. The good news is by tapping Novgorod, we can only lose Archangelsk from Novgorod specifically because of this tap, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So we can't support, so it's not terrible. And then we really only get punished if we lose Archangelsk and Smolensk taps Novgorod. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's bad. But I do agree, the principle of the matter, it's ugly, right? You should be tapping, assuming you don't want to lose it. I think at a really high level, yeah, I would actually kind of like to trade Novgorod for Archangelsk, right? Like, wouldn't I much rather have my army in Novgorod and let them be in Archangelsk, right?
Well, I think you specifically want to get your fleet blown up so that you can build this an army, is the reason you want to make that trade.
Okay, but let's assume I can't do that. Let's assume I must retreat the fleet to Karacy, and I can't disband it. Right? I think it works out
as long as you're working with Poland, I think, Novgorod is the best center to be in.
Yeah, and then, like, we're taking Archangelsk, right? Like, you can tap Kola then and go for the pop, and, like, you can tap Karelia and stuff, and you can maybe rebuild in Moscow or something. Oh, wait a second. I don't know if you have the builds to rebuild in Moscow. Maybe not. Yeah, if we
Yeah.
can't rebuild in Moscow, you
Say
probably
after
don't want to
you've
lose our Kingos. Like, we can shove them
Say
up.
after, I love that after you've gone -2, you're like, I don't think we'll have the builds to do this.
Well, we had a lot of disbands, Captain Meme. Hold up. We popped something on this retreat over here, and I think we can choose to pop Kabardia. And because of this, plus maybe I don't know, man. Anyways, you gotta be optimistic about your builds, dude. Once you're pessimistic about your builds, you have nothing.
All right, well, shall we see said builds then, or is there anything else you want to cover here?
I don't think so. I mean, rough year, but it definitely could have been worse.
Yeah.
So here are retreats.
You don't take Kabardia off. Interesting.
Nah, we want units in the
Vecchus
west,
Arise
man.
off the board, which is nice.
All right, and so here we see the full evaluation.
-1.
The big fat -1 looks ugly. We went from like being 7th to 12th, which is real rough. But here's again, you got to take satisfaction. Our enemy Ottomans also at -1, and I think that's after they disbanded a lot. Like, this looks really bad for them, and hopefully they'll flip to work with us because they're the ones who screwed us, not the other way around.
Yep.
I don't know why we decided to disband Zap, but we had to disband something, right? So.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I mean, I would have preferred to keep it just to contain the Osman unit, but I don't think you're getting Archerkeep. I think Poland is going to ask for that.
Yeah, I think
and
that's
at
the
that point,
argument,
you're
right?
kind of happy. You're kind of happy for Poland to just take that front and go the opposite direction to where you are.
Yeah, this area, it's already like Poland versus Ottomans. I don't expect us to get or keep much in this area for a long time. And so I think we can sort of leave that be. Whereas why we want to keep Cal this one on, like this front, I think we do stand to gain. We can retake Kabardia, we can maybe get into Caspian Sea at some point. By the way, guys, for those counting, this is 2 years running. We can maybe get progress over here, but it's important to have units. I feel like the Caucasus are just so juicy. Like, this is 5 dots right here, right?
Yeah.
And, like, it doesn't feel like 5 dots because they're all so small, right? Like, these 3 dots are like less big than Turkestan, right? But they're all dots just the same. Like, I'm telling you, man, people care more about dots that take up more space on the map. Like,
it's probably true.
People fight way more for, like, Xining, Chengdu, Ayutthaya, not for the size, but for other reasons. Delhi, right? Like, big spots people fight for, small spots people don't care about. Notably, the Caribbean's overpowered as all hell. Right? Look at this, right? How many dots do you think are here, right? And don't actually count them. Just how many dots does it feel like are here? Because this feels like a 2-dot position to me. And then I'm like, oh, wait a second. Anyways. Okay. Point is, Caucasus, big, important, valuable. We like them. I want to fight for them. And I don't know, man. You gotta disband something.
Yep. All right.
Oh yeah, notably,
so
the West is even more. Our East is even more absurd. We've got 7 things, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh no, only 6 for 4 units. Sorry, but that's still a bit heavy-weighted. I hope nobody.
I don't love that Qing has the build in Highland Power. That's unfortunate for you.
What are they going to do with that? Not like they can fight us or anything. They're not going to defend. No.
Alright, well, I'm curious to see. Actually, you block everything they try and do, which is nice. They do also block almost everything that you try and do, although Amur is actually a really good place to slip into. Bloody hell. You can get... You pressure Nivix, they only have, they have 3 sensors on that front and 3 units to defend it.
Yeah,
they
and
kind of have to play completely
different. 3
defensively.
centers, and we can still support ourselves into Kikihar. And their 3 units, they're not in a good way. There's no way to guarantee that they hold everything. Right? Because they can cover...
They do also have Hohot.
Sorry?
Which can... Their unit that moves up to Hohot,
Yes.
just below Mongolia, that can assist too.
Yes, so that can do it if they commit 4 of their units to defending against the 2 of ours. True. So because to cover everything, they need to have Halenpau covered with 1, they need to have Nivx covered with 1, and they need to have Kikihar covered with 2. And it is just an awkward position in that no unit can double dip here. Because if Halenpau moves to Niv, then Amber can go to Halenpau, and then Sheng Cheng can support hold Kikihar, but then Kikihar doesn't do anything. If these guys like self-bounce in Halenpau, we can support ourselves in Kikihar. If Sheng Cheng moves to Halenpau, we can support ourselves into Kikihar, whatever. So they have to use 4 units to just answer R2.
Yeah, and notably they are fighting Ming still. Like, they're fighting in the Korean Peninsula, they're attacking, like, Peking and Nanjing. Like, Peking and Nanking, I would assume, would just be, like, defensively bouncing here, except for the fact that they are actively fighting in Korea. Like, yeah, poor Ming, man. They're getting a 5 strength attack against Kunming here. Oof.
Yeah, unlucky.
Yep.
I don't know, our allies are doing well. So that's the East. This is fun, right? This move is a great move. Fun tactical position. Good luck reading. Turfan's coring. I think it was coring previously, and I think we'll see it core again at some point.
Alright.
Caspian Sea bounce.
So another bounce.
Yep.
Good old bounce. Let's go.
But now we get into Turkmenistan. And maybe now the bounce will stop. See, because if they move out of Tehran, we can walk into Tehran. We'll see what goes on in the Caspian.
Okay, hang on. I was going to ask what's going on with Awesome, but we can cover this first.
Yeah, we're still in this area, so we can get as we go east to west. This is just a fantastic turn for us. There's this strength 2 bounce in Gore, and we take Bukhara, and we're in Turkmenistan. We bounce in Caspian Sea. This army has no retreats.
Perfect. Absolutely beautiful.
Always wonderful to poof armies on the front lines in the spring.
Man, and now you're threatening Tehran so much they can't bounce Caspian. Unless you choose not to interfere with Tehran. But that would be huge.
Wouldn't it be wonderful to be the ones that get into Caspian? Wouldn't it finally signal the end of the war?
Yes, I'm super curious about what's happening with Ottomans here. My assumption is that they have made an agreed peace with you, because they throw a support hold on Safavid, but they clearly agreed to give Safavid a support move, right? Derbent to Kamikia, and they don't do that. They just throw the support hold on, and at the same time, you guys don't seem to be fighting at all.
I have no idea. I don't remember. I assume it's the same thing that the Ottomans did to us a couple times with the, like, oops, sorry, I didn't see this, or sorry, made a mistake, or whatever. Which felt pretty transparent. But I don't know, beginners, stuff happens. I just know that we're happy to not be attacked by everyone.
Yes, except Sweden.
Yeah, we're not being attacked by everyone. But now, this phase, Captain Meme. Remember what you said about Barrett Sea.
No, Schwing, no.
Yeah.
Clearly, Ezio did not give you good advice. This is gonna be my repeated phrase whenever anything goes wrong.
Yeah, this one's on me. What phase is this? This is 1945, so this is probably like, what, end of September, early October or something? Yeah, I mean... Given what I saw the previous phase, it's one of those things I probably should have told you, but... Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't want to just say all the tactics. Sometimes the best way to learn is to just get hit by it, and then you realize, oh, yeah.
I'm curious about the Smolensk to Novgorod move. I assume that was agreed between Poland and Sweden. And it kind of screws you over a little bit. I assume one of you was supposed to get supported in Russia or Poland, but you guys didn't agree.
Yeah, I can't imagine we broke it. Like, there's no way that we were like, oh yeah, we'll support you in the Novgorod, and then we decided to bounce Poland out. Right? That's not happening. I'm pretty sure this is just the two of them, like, figured something out, and they're like, alright, fine, I'll tap Novgorod for you.
and then either didn't tell us or whatever. I'm not sure exactly, but point is,
It
we
looks
got
to me
punished.
like those two are together, which is a problem for you. Poland isn't actively throwing units against you anymore, but they are still being annoying, which is still a crime against you. Anyway, sorry, go on.
I was just sorry. I'm trying to find actually what was going on in this.
Okay,
Yeah,
gotcha.
I got a lot of Discord messages to go back through.
You don't need to find out the specifics. We can just take an educated guess.
Yeah, I found a later phase where, so I'm close, but whatever. Point is, I probably just wasn't that active, and we reached the point in the game where the tactics started to become more relevant, and then we were doing a lot of just like, all right, what's gonna happen if we do stuff? I got triggered when I saw this in the game. This got me good. I was like, no. Last one was defensible, right? This one hurt. It hurt real bad. Yeah.
Well, hopefully it can be recovered.
Yeah.
And I mean, you had a really good phase against the Sapphirs, like, and a star phase. I don't think the Sweden problem is that much of a problem compared to the benefit that you
Yeah,
just
and
got.
we had like
And
a
over there.
B plus phase against the Schwing. So solid phase, one bad tactic is enough to make that phase terrible, and if the Ottomans aren't able to fight us anymore, we're still in good shape.
Yeah, I agree completely.
And yeah,
All right.
this pop feels so good. All right,
Yes.
what's happening with Tehran? For
Come on,
those of
Bukhara,
you
go in.
who guessed we're bouncing in Caspian Sea, you're the right winners. You did it! Yeah, more bouncing in Caspian Sea. Woo!
Okay, so I assume here that what the reason for this is that Mughals just put you into Bukhara, so now you're having to repay Mughals by putting them into Hisar. That's not a supply center. They don't need to be in there right now. If I was doing this, I would just say, hey, Mughals, maybe backfill Bukhara for me or something like that. I need to move Bukhara to Tehran with Turkmenistan support. Because that means either I take Tehran and blow up their fleet, or at least push it into Tabriz, or I get the Caspian Sea if they support hold that. Both of those are incredible outcomes for me. Instead, we've completely ignored it. To be fair, it's not that bad. We can, like, you can still do the Tehran stuff next year, but I want to get that fleet off the board so badly, that enemy fleet.
But this way we're in Hisar and Gorm, and it's popping the army in Hisar. Admittedly, it is a
Yeah.
fall pop, which is a lot less relevant because they're just going to be back in Tabriz and Isfahan. Right? So,
Yes.
yikes. But
But
simultaneously...
Safavids are facing.
Sorry? Safavids still has Safavids.
I was saying, like, Safavids are facing significantly more pressure anyway. But what you were about to point out is much more relevant.
Yeah, Ottomans. Neener, neener, neener. They thought we weren't going to mess with them. Ha ha.
Yeah, so this makes me 100% sure that the Ottomans doing that mistake of not supporting Derbent up last turn was them setting up for a stab on Safavids this turn with your help. And of course, your Schwing is just like, I think I won't do that. I think I'll take advantage of that to get my center back.
Yeah,
Thank you
Ottomans
very
took out
much.
of the, like, oops, misordering, misremembering, and, like, they stabbed us really brutally, like, a year ago, and then only stopped because everyone attacked them, and our memories aren't that short.
Yep.
Plus, we actually want Poland to be on side. So, yeah, we'll help Poland.
Okay, I just saw what's happening a bit north of that. I'm like, what the hell? How did you get Sweden to walk out of Arkhangelsk? I
Dude.
guess they couldn't hold it.
Schwing is the best.
The
Real talk, yeah. It's not that bad because our Kangels was guaranteed. By tapping Cola and doing all the support in, we were guaranteed to retake it.
Yeah, maybe Schwing was like 2 steps ahead of us with not holding it last turn. It's actually not a bad thing that it's taken here, because there was no way that that Sweden could keep it.
Well, I think I think there ends up being a mistake because like now we end up being like now Poland's in Bryansk and stuff and whatever. So I don't know, man. And obviously, this move as we help them into Olshakiv is really sad, right?
Yeah, also Riga pushing into Courland is very clearly an arranged disband, I think.
Yeah. Oh, this was something that Poland told us that was happening. And it's like,
I mean,
as Poland, don't tell Russia that. Don't. It's generally a bad idea to tell your mutual neighbor how tight you and your other neighbor are. It's usually correct to lie about it, for what it's worth. If you're close, pretend to be hostile, and if you're hostile, pretend to be close.
I don't think it's pretend to be close, pretend to be hostile. I think it's pretend to be relatively ambivalent. Like, you can tell them the truth and say, I'm allied with this person, but you go, I'm allied with this person just a little because the circumstances are in a position where it makes sense to be aligned with them. I'm not actually that connected with them, right? And if you're actually super at war with them, you don't want people to take advantage of the fact that you're going to be in this hyper war forever. So you go and say, yeah, I'm at war with them in this situation, but it's whatever. That one's maybe less correct. Like, there can be situations where it makes sense to tell people.
Yeah. I was incorrect when I said pretend to be at war. It's pretend to be more at war about your relationship. So if you're super closely allied, pretending to be ambivalent is lying on the side of being more of the other one.
Yeah, I mean, if you're at war, you don't necessarily want people to know that you're going to be stuck in that hyper war forever. But at the same time, you might, because you kind of need their support. So that one's less debatable. But the other thing Ezio said is relevant here. You do want to dial down how closely aligned you are with someone always, basically. Never tell anyone that you are 100% locked in with someone else.
Yeah, and doing stuff like this indicates 100% locked in.
Yeah, but also I'm seeing core Brandenburg, which is a really interesting move for Poland to make. You can see that Sweden is disbanding Courland, so that's a really good thing for Poland to do, and it's not necessarily a good thing for... are they disbanding?
These are
they actually retreated? Oh my god. Okay, never mind. Everything's off the table. What I was gonna say is, if this agreement goes through, Sweden takes off their fleet, Poland has an extra build center on the Baltic Sea. This is all perfect for Poland, like setting up to attack Sweden later on. But Sweden's not that gullible, it looks like. They are going back into Gulf of Riga, even if they are working with Poland, which I don't know if they will. They are not. They are not going to let Poland get everything over them. And I'm seeing Lubeck now. Like I didn't notice that the Swedish had dislodged the Polish unit there, but maybe they were completely fighting the.
If you're fighting Sweden from this position, right? It feels like Kurland tapped Riga. I didn't think about that Kurland tapping Riga, but it doesn't mean that Riga can't take Narva. That's relevant.
Oh my god, look at the Polish. So the Polish complete their core because they think that Bremen can support whole Lubeck because it looks like it's adjacent. And of course Kiel has a canal through it, but the Kiel canal only goes through Kiel proper. It doesn't like go across the border of Kiel. So Bremen is not adjacent to Lubeck, which means that Sweden gets Lubeck off the Polish. That's gotta be painful, because if you knew that Bremen wasn't adjacent, surely you throw a support hold on from Brandenburg.
Well, surely, but probably. People like finishing cores, and Sweden's they're disbanding their fleet Courland for you.
Yeah, that's true. Man, that just feels bad if it was not deliberate on their part.
Oh yeah, and it's like a fantastic phase from Russia's perspective because of the Sweden-Poland relationship breaking down so effectively here.
And it looks to our end like Sweden's the one who stabbed Poland at the same time that we did a good job propping up Poland by giving them much of Kiev and stuff. So I think this is fantastic for us. And Ottomans...
Can I say how much I hate the Ottoman retreats?
Oh, I mean, I think let's double check how much more they have to disband.
That will be on the next phase.
One, yeah.
It will come up.
Ottomans are still -2.
Oh,
so even though they retreated, yeah,
they might take it off. Hopefully, you can negotiate them with them. To man, the Ottomans have so many units I would want to take off. Though I think Transylvania has to go. It's like, what are you gonna do?
What you're gonna remove Transylvania, Zappo, and then keep Shap on? Because Shapsig looks terrible.
I think I'd keep Shepsug because it has a decent chance of being able to get into Kabadia if you can flip the Safavids. And the Safavids should be flipped right now because they are being mercilessly destroyed by you on the other side.
Yeah.
And that you was meaning by Russia, right? But yeah, Ottomans should be able to flip Safavids onto their side.
Yes. I think the Ottomans could have picked a side in the Caucasus with either Russia or with Safavid, and then they would have had a great game. But because they flip-flopped as much as they did, I think it really hurt them.
Yeah, that is definitely a thing that can happen. And yeah, just looking at their other front, it's so painful. It was looking so good.
That said, I'm not sure if that front still goes well. Like, obviously it's helped if they have an extra couple dots over here to maybe put an extra fleet or two down in the med. But if Austria and Spain are coordinating with Poland, it's going to be tough to have a good game.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, meanwhile, we're looking at Russia. Russia's +2. Look at that.
Nice.
Remind me how we got Bukhara,
Kabadia back, Sarai back,
and we lost. Oh yeah, and then Bukhara we already had us.
You got. I think you took Ikari last year, right? So it's just back Chisarai and Kabadia you got back.
Yes, because Arcane Ghost we regained, but it was ours already in the spring. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Anyways, yeah, we're +2. Where should we build Captain Meme? We've got Verk open is the most westernmost, and then all our east.
I hate, I think Verk is kind of well, I don't know, I feel like we need to get a front on the western front again, because right now we don't really have anything to gain from the west, but I really want to establish ourselves in the west, because we're not going to win from not west.
I mean,
but at the same time,
we need 44 dots to win. You got 17.
44s.
So we only got to get
so
30 dots from Asia.
Yeah, and look how much more dense Europe is than Asia. I mean,
I
would
at how
really
hard
love to go that direction.
Lines, man.
But yeah,
how are you?
There's no way you're getting through there.
It's impossible.
All right, in that case, I guess I would just slam down 2 armies over here and run it into Qing.
Run it down. All right, classic.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, did we look at the east in the fall? I don't think we looked at the east in the fall, sorry.
Oh. Oh, you try and put Inuit into Nivix. Interesting. Yeah. I kind of like the reposition up to Baratia, but it needed to be followed up by Turfan into Karakoram or Gobi.
Well,
Gobi, probably.
What if Ming thought it was
yeah, I can see. I can see why. I mean, it still repositions you around Chichiha. That's good. And Ming is now in Hohot, which is a really nice position to have a rogue unit harassing your enemy's backline.
Yeah, and it's not an isolated rogue unit, right? Ming is in Peking and has units in Korea, so this is a fight, and that unit is quite relevant to that fight.
That means Qing went -1, right?
Hmm?
That meant Qing went -1, which is also really good for you. But yeah, you're right. The Peking is
0, it looks like, but maybe that's wrong. They were at 7. I think they're still at 7. I think they gained somewhere, maybe Japan.
They lost Peking.
Maybe Pyongyang? No? I don't know what they gained. Maybe they lost a unit somewhere.
Yeah, maybe they disbanded something previously, but it says 7, right?
Yeah. I have no idea.
Well, it doesn't matter.
But
Point is, we'll see what the builds are. But this, I wanted to show people the East. There was this reposition. Ming is in Ho Ho, or Ho Hot, whatever. And then, yeah.
yeah, I saw that Schwing stopped coring Tefan after having it half cored there.
Yeah, Moogles
despite
got pissed
no
at
one's
us.
happening anything. Okay, that's fair.
Moogles say, no coring. And we're like, all right, fine.
You just continuously half core to annoy your neighbors. That is always a fun thing to do. Oh, you do put one down in Verg.
Yep.
Interesting.
Well, I think that Verg
just
is kind of in the East, but it's also kind of in the West. It's the Moscow build. But sorry, it's the Moscow build on classic diplomacy. It doesn't really do anything, but it looks like it does a lot of stuff.
I mean, it does do stuff.
Not really.
Not immediate, but also the fact that it's threatening to do so many different things, right? It can go over to the Western Front, it can go down to the South, it can go to the East. That's nice, because sometimes you just need that presence of an army that is ready to go there to dissuade people from doing stuff.
Yeah,
like Sweden and Poland from walking into your area.
My thinking about it is it's kind of like the actual center of our empire at the moment. It leans a little bit more west, but our dots are also a little bit more west than the east. But like, it can actually go anywhere, which I don't know. There's some value. It's also the tactics of putting the army down in Bratsk. Like, it's not that important, remarkably. Just the way the lines work out, like, I don't think it actually helps that much. So
yeah, fair.
Verk it is. And then, great, Russia disbanded stuff on our border because they're more pissed at Poland and Austria than they are at us. That's a good place to be. Ottomans, did I say Austria?
You said Russia.
Russia? Well, great.
But yeah.
Ottomans not pissed at Russia. This is good for Russia.
Yep, that's nice.
Fleet Stockholm, very good for Russia.
Really nice. Yeah.
This is what we've been waiting for. And like, Sweden backed out of Arkhangelsk, and we've only got this fleet in Kola that doesn't do anything, so Sweden's perfectly happy with us. This is great.
I'm kind of surprised Poland got no builds. I guess their colonies must be having issues. Oh, they have... Okay, yeah, they lost that one. But also, they have so many units packed into that tiny African colony right now.
1, 2, 3, 4 on 3 dots.
Four on 3 dots is not that many, but it's still a lot.
Alright, everyone, here's your biannual Americas check. Looks like Spain's doing great. Athabasca's doing fine. South America is a cluster. Okay, cool.
Yep.
Africa check. I don't know. Alright, great. And this fleet from Ming is great. We're very happy to see that.
Yes. It's always nice to see fleets down in an area where fleets can't attack you.
Yeah, especially when that fleet is probably going to fight Qing. And, like, it's going to fight Qing, but also not contest us for the dots that we're looking for.
Yeah. Alright. Well, shall we go ahead to the next phase then, or was there any more builds you wanted to point out?
This fleet, Kolkata, it's around this point that I'm talking to my mentee about, like, we don't really want to see Mughals build any more armies, actually. Because we've kind of reached the point at which more armies become more threatening. Because, like, they have enough armies to occupy the fronts that we care about, namely the Safavid front. And if we make moves on Ming, like, we want to be the ones making the gains from it. And they've already got a lot of armies. So at some point I'm like, we basically want to talk to Ming and say we want all of their builds for the rest of the game to just be fleets. So seeing this fleet for Kolkata is good news because it's showing us they have some desire to expand south. So
yeah,
that's a big one. But yeah, fleet Stockholm, as we stressed before.
Alright.
Yeah, like as you guys maybe can tell, like, I'm thinking of Russia as this.
and then like maybe we can take some of these later. But this is really where I consider us to be winning, and so I want all armies all the time, and I don't want anyone else to build any armies in the entirety of Asia, which is reasonable, I'm sure, to someone.
Yeah. I'm sure you can make that pitch. Alright.
Alright. I'm sure you'll be happy, Captain Meme.
Nice. Ooh, it's a fun little convoy. Oh, I love that you managed to get Novgorod with Polish support here. Man, that relationship between those two powers broke down completely.
Yeah, I mean, they built the fleet. They took Lubeck. They didn't disband the fleet. They put a fleet down in Stockholm. I mean...
I mean, okay, Sweden trying to core that front line is very optimistic.
I mean, but
I guess they can't. Yeah, they like the Polish units there can't coordinate, so there's no loss.
Yeah, I think this is more taunting, actually.
Probably.
Just say, haha, you wish you could support yourself in. Neener, neener.
Yeah. Man, and like, Sweden does have complete domination over the Baltic now. Poland has no fleets there, so really, you're the one who's gonna have to do the damage to Sweden if Poland's gonna win this war, which is perfect for you, right? That's what you want to be able to pitch. So, I'm very happy with that. I'm over the moon with your position here.
Schwing, crushing it. All right, look at Caspian Sea, everybody. There is, in fact, another bounce over the Caspian Sea, as we all expected. But finally, we actually do get into Tehran.
Nice. I mean, it's only actually one phase later than I thought you should do it, right? Which is perfectly fine. Unfortunately, it does get to retreat into Tabriz and then bounce you out of the Caspian Sea again.
Yep. This is what,
But
entering the fourth
progress.
year of the game, and it's been 3.5 years of consecutive bounces?
Yeah.
Yep.
Man. Alright.
Yeah, so the West, as you said, we get into Novgorod, thanks to Poland giving us support in there, which is great. Nice convoy into Arkhangelsk. The timing of this is something I'm really not sure about, actually. Like, kind of wanted to just sit back for a phase, let Sweden actually get a bigger edge before doing stuff, because Sweden's pushing so far south. And, like, if Sweden actually... I guess because of this bounce in Latgale, Sweden wouldn't get really far south, so it's probably correct. I don't know. But, like, if Sweden's going to walk away from us, I'm happy to let Sweden walk away before we move in. I remember
Just raise a quick
this
counterpoint?
pitch. The big part. Look what happens to Umia.
Yeah, that's my counterpoint. That's empty. There's nothing adjacent. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Well done, Schwing. That is such a good move.
This is
Again,
why this is why we did not work on Russia. Because I looked at this move and I was like, dude, you should not do this. you should not make this move. Even if it works out as everything you want, it's not going to be good in the long run. We can just let them fight for a little bit longer. And then he was like, dude, I'm going to be able to walk into Umia. And then I'm like, all right, this is one of the few times I actually just let him do everything he wanted. And my recommendation has been noted. And we can see what goes on from here, Captain Meme. But you are correct. We do take Umia this phase because we knew exactly what Sweden was doing. And Novgorod isn't that great.
Mm-hmm. I like this a lot. Maybe it doesn't work out, but I really hope it does, because I like it. The way I see it not working out is if Sweden now panics, goes back to Poland and says, okay, Poland, please forgive me, I'm going to give you something back and we can work together against Russia again. And then Poland says yes to that, which I hope they don't.
How does that work out for us? That works out with Poland getting everything and we get nothing.
No, sorry, that's the way it doesn't work out.
Yeah.
I think every other way it works out for you.
Every other way? Okay, hold up. Well, I feel like in our game, Captain Meme. Whatever. Anyways, it's fine.
Okay, no. There's a big difference in our game, because in our game, the Poland was the kind of person who would instantly say yes to the Sweden attacking us, right? to working with Sweden and attacking us regardless of the situation. I think there is a pretty decent chance that this Poland says no to the Sweden because they need someone to cripple the Swede.
Sorry,
Like,
to
that
the
is-
no, I'll take because this. I remember the deal was that no, look, we'll lose. I'll lose to Poland, not to you. So yeah, I'll defend against Russia, but Poland, you can take my stuff.
Oh, no, I'm not saying take all of your stuff. Like, okay,
Yeah.
if Sweden does offer that, then you're a bit screwed.
Yeah, but it's not even all of our stuff. Just like a couple of dots here and there, like Lubeck and Copenhagen and Narva and Novgorod, whatever. My point.
Okay.
Whatever,
I'm just
man.
gonna hope
Look,
that
this is the
doesn't
move.
happen.
He gets into Umia. It's completely undefended. He completely read what Sweden was going to do, and this was the position that Schwing wanted to have after it. This is great, right? A plus.
Yes.
I'm really happy that this worked out. I would never do this. This is one of those stabs that I look at that makes me want to cry inside. Because I've got someone who's doing exactly what I want them to do, and I'm going to stop them from doing that by taking 2 dots from them. I think they were going to give us Novgorod anyways if we asked for it. I think. But-
That might change the calculus a fair bit.
Yeah, but like we didn't ask for it. I don't know exactly what's going to happen. Point is, I see Sweden wants to have some time to win this war against Poland, and we should wait until we can like convoy to Trondheim or something. You're like, I don't know, man. Point is, this is what he did. It's great. He gets to take this stuff. I'm glad it makes you happy. We go to this phase in the east, and look at this army in Oslo.
4v4, incredible.
Yeah. And so
Every
you might be a little
single
sad
unit
because
does
we don't
that.
actually take it. But yeah. Ching is exploding.
Did anything happen to Ching there? Sorry.
So-
You got into Gobi, that's nice.
We got into Gobi. Ming got into
They
Silly.
got into Zili.
We got into Alden.
Okay, yeah, you've got pretty good position.
Point is, we got everything we wanted, and so now we can like put tons of pressure on everything, and Ching doesn't have the units to support hold everything.
There's one issue I see, which is that Inuit just flips. They just put Ching into Sahalayan,
Yes.
but they don't have any units to contest you over there, so that's probably fine.
Yeah, and they're also doing a bunch of convoys this phase. Inuit, I remember hearing that they had a bunch of weird stuff. Their press was weird, like roleplay type press and stuff. And like I think they convoyed into Hawaii. It looks like.
I see.
Yeah, and other stuff. I don't know exactly what's going on, but yes, them supporting Ching is sad. But I think Gobi, Ho Ho being on side, Peking, and Alvan are all. Oh, I'm more than happy for this one fleet to move. By the way, this fleet could even have contested Niv, and now it can't. So it's not even all
Yeah.
bad.
That's true. As long as the Inuit fleet doesn't get involved, you're good.
Yeah. And even if it did, we were happy to put the Inuits in there previously, so we might be happy again. I am not sure. And also, because we're threatening even, there's a solid chance that the Inuits decide to cover even instead of messing with us and Niv. So.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I like this phase.
Yeah, I think this is like... It's a good phase when all of your moves work, right? And this move didn't work, but the rest of our moves did, and these moves all worked, and this bounce happened, but like... This isn't going to be terrible, it's just, I think it could have been better if we did other stuff. Let's go look at the retreats, anything relevant? Yes, Tehran into Tabriz, it in fact stays on the board.
These are the possible retreats. You should go one phase forward.
Sorry. Well, I know where it goes. It does in fact go to Tabriz, and this one is Isfahan, and Novgorod's in Pskov, and we're like, wait a second, how do we hold on to all of our stuff? And like, Kabardia's looking exposed, and Bakhchisarai, and like, I don't know, man. But the
It's
East
fine, you're
is...
getting Umia.
Let's
Alright.
take a look. So,
Okay.
there is in fact no bounce over Caspian Sea this phase.
Neither of you go to Caspian?
Look at it, man. What are we? You want us to walk out of Ostrakhan and just let them take it with this? Like, yeah, that one.
I mean, yeah, completely fair. Like, both of you tried to bait the other into going into Caspian Sea to get the thing the fleet was protecting, right?
Yep.
And neither of you fell for it, so that's all right. That's fine. It's just very funny to me that after so many phases of bouncing in Caspian, no one went there.
Yep.
Then Umea works out for you. Get into Norwegian as well.
Oh,
Whoa.
dude, walking in the Norwegian Sea is such a coup. It makes this attack look so good, right? We're doing right. This is
What
fantastic.
is Sweden doing? I mean, I understand they want to take Iceland because they want to get their centers. They're pushing into... Okay, no, actually they gain enough centers that maybe this is correct for them. But trying to convoy out of that land while Russia is walking into Umea behind you seems insane to me. If they get the builds that they need for this, then well played to them, but I would not be bold enough to do what they just did here.
Yeah, so they're losing Novgorod and Umea. They're taking Brandenburg and Iceland. And
They lost Kiel as well.
Yes, they can pop it to potentially rebuild.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. No, I mean, but we get into Norwegian, which is absolutely massive.
Yes.
Okay, the fun around Caspian Sea continues, and then we don't do anything fun. Like, we just waste this move with Tehran, but sometimes you gotta take the shot. Meanwhile, Safavids are losing everything. They're like -3 now. Portugal notably is in Badr Abbas. Remember when we were talking about how like Portugal's not that relevant, and like, well, they're in the Persian Gulf now. Maybe they are going to be relevant.
Yeah, I mean, Portugal, I don't think I've ever seen Portugal hang on to that colony, so well done, Portugal.
Sure. And yeah, and then the Ottomans and Safavids were the others, so we do lose Kabardia, so that part's a little sad. But we're +2 over here, -1 here. We're still +1, and then we look over here, and everything we ever wanted.
Perfect. Beautiful. Oh,
yeah.
I love this.
Feels
This
so
is very
good.
satisfying to watch. Yeah.
Partially because their
Yeah.
defensive moves weren't great, but it's fine.
Yes. I did want to also say I'm a little sad that you didn't walk out of Bakhchisarai on the other side, just to build the fleet. I think that would be really nice to go into Sea of Azov and take the Ottoman dots on that front, but I can understand why the Bakhchisarai held, because there's a Polish unit next to it.
Right. Schwing was constantly worried about someone that we're not at war with walking into one of our dots. And I mean, solid reason, right? Like Poland just walked into Novgorod. I don't know what that was all about, but so I could see if Bakhchisarai was empty, maybe they do stuff. I don't know, but I think holding there isn't terrible. I agree, though. I do want to be building fleets over here because getting Black Sea is important.
Yeah. But, like, it's a very minor nitpick in an incredible phase. I love this.
Yeah.
Like, well done.
This is when our enemies really, really start to crumble, in my feeling. Because, like, Safavids and Qing have been our enemies. Like, Safavids have been enemies for the entire game. Qing have been our enemies for a couple years now. And we just kept the pressure on them and were able to stall things out elsewhere until eventually other people were able to come in, and Ming made progress. And, like, if we look at Qing is losing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 +1, so they're only -4 this year. Maybe -3 or whatever. Like, they're minus a ton, and we're getting a lot of gains. And then Safavids, it's the same thing, where they're minus whatever 1, 2, 3 this year, and we're getting our enemies are dying, and you'll see it in the winter, right? Like, Ottomans are +1, but they're not super enemies, and they just took Kabardia, so that's not that big of a deal. But then Qing are -2 net after disbanding some stuff, and then Safavid are -2, right? Like, they're all at the very bottom of the scoreboard. Whereas Russia is climbing up. We're at 8 +4, baby.
It's 4. It's so good.
And also, what's great about England, about Sweden attacking England for Iceland, is that pisses off England. And, like, England hasn't been doing much to mess with us in this, like, Sweden-Russia fight. But now, England's got a good reason to pick a side. On this note, by the way,
got 0.
+0.
Yeah. They're still not going to be easy to dismantle, I think. They can pull the units back from Baltic and Gulf of Gdansk, and you don't have any fleets on that inland coast, of course. And they've got that little blob of armies around Finland, but you still got the advantage here.
Do we have the advantage, Captain Meme? Let's do a unit.
I think so.
I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's count Moscow for 5, okay? 1.
You've got Poland on side, right?
Let's not count the North Sea. So, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. These units, Poland is going to get this stuff back. I do agree.
I don't think, like, it's not a straight unit count thing, right? It depends how the units are used.
Okay, so Baltic Sea to Gulf of Bothnia, Gulf of Gdansk to Gulf of Riga, Brandenburg to Baltic Sea.
Yeah, but then they lose the dots in the south. They have to take units off, right? They can't afford to fund their war against you. I don't know. I guess we'll see as we go forward. You have a better knowledge of what happens in this game, so maybe I'm very mistaken. But I would be feeling happy as Russia hit.
I remember you feeling happy about Russia previously, too. And that one was everything you ever wanted.
This attack is way better than the attack I made on Sweden in our
I
game.
agree with that. I 100% agree with that. This one at least just walks into Umia instead of... Yeah, anyways.
Anyway, yeah,
This game gave me PTSD, alright? Every time I saw this stuff, every time my mentee was like, I want to build a fleet, and I was like, no. Armies.
You literally build everywhere you can. No, you're missing one on Krasnoyarsk, but it's still...
it feels
almost
really good to just reinforce everywhere with all of these armies, to have this nice, robust center that, like... One of the big things that I want to stress is how good our relationship has been with Noodles this game. Like, what's happened around this area is just excellent alliance play. Like, they've been solid, and they helped each other minorly in the early game, and then in the mid-game, it started to pay huge dividends. So we're now... Our main rival, Safavids, has been eaten, and Ming are now weak because we've been able to coordinate against them, and like we got Ming and Qing to fight, and then both of us are capitalizing on their war whilst kind of leaving the other out of it. We've both been growing effectively. Just A+ relationship. Well played. I don't remember who was the Ming mentee. Mughal mentee, sorry. But whoever they were, they did a great job. I should have known the answer to that. Oh well.
That's alright. I can pop up a name in the video. Hello, name.
Yeah. Point is, they did a really good job. And then also the mentor kept on advising them to keep them working with me. That's great. Yeah, I don't know. This is like, it's just, again, we only went +4. Other people went bigger plus. But what feels so good is that we have this solid ally, and again, our main enemies are just crumbling. And we're the ones with armies able to march in and continue to capitalize. So... Yeah.
You might have to choose new enemies soon.
That's a good problem to have, right? Hey, yes. We fought people. We've completely eliminated our first wave. Where do we go next? Yeah, okay, sure.
Yo, Fleet Wilno. From Poland. I did not notice they could do that.
Yeah, I mean, how is Poland building? Good question. No one really knows. I guess they got Carnorbo back. I don't know, man. Stuff. Look, guys, it's North America. What the heck? Athapaska's +4? What's going on, man? And then, like, Francis dying, I guess. Inuit's building a lot over there. Whatever, dude. Look, Inuit's top of the scoreboard. What? Alright, anyways. Yeah.
Alright.
Fleet Wilno's great. We love that fleet build, because that's going to get in the way with Sweden getting all these fleets back. Means that Poland has a good claim to Riga, Narva, and Abo. Yeah, that's what we love to hear as Russia. I don't
I
know,
think
man.
you can put in a pretty solid claim for Abo. You can say, I want to take the ones at the top here. We can split them less like that. But hey,
Whatever, dude.
uh,
We'll
ask them to
see.
leave Bryansk first. first. Oh, yay! They left Bryansk.
Yes, they do leave Bryansk, which is great. And we try to make moves against Sweden, and Sweden starts defending. Oh yeah, I didn't really count Iceland and Iceland base if we're talking about the unit count against us.
Yeah, and I know Inuit walking into Spitsbergen behind you.
Yeah, that's
Which is
unlucky.
not nice.
Yeah, because this fleet that was sitting in Kara Sea moved over to Laptev Sea to start doing stuff, and then yeah.
You know what? Maybe I should have listened to the person who actually knew about what happens in the future.
Oh yeah,
About
I was
Sweden.
definitely cheating. I have foreknowledge. No, but
I don't know. I don't like the position anywhere near as much anymore. But especially because we'll know when to Gulf of Gdansk instead of bouncing Gulf of Gdansk out of Gulf of Riga.
yeah,
That makes me very sad.
yeah,
But
and I agree. This is a much better attack than the one that we did in our Russia game.
all right, you can lay off that.
I'm never gonna
Oh
forget
god.
that, Captain Meme. The convoy. I'm never gonna forget it. All right. Okay. So yeah, we have to. Sorry, I should look at the more of the map. Sorry, not just the tilting part. Okay. So, what's going on over here?
All right.
We're holding Astrakhan because we
They
haven't
got
lost
into
Caspian
Caspian.
Sea. Yeah. No, this was the real moral failing of the game. We aren't the ones who win the fight for the Caspian Sea. Safavids get in there because we need to hold Astrakhan.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, on the plus side, Safavids aren't going to be in there very long because they are just going to die.
Yeah. Yeah. No, we will take everything, but their last unit is going to be a fleet in Caspian Sea that's going to tie down like 5 of our units.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oof.
No, it's real sad. But worse things have happened, and again, we don't lose anything, and we've still got solid allies, and like I don't know what's going on, but
I
Safavids are
do
losing
also
almost
say this
everything.
is like looking at that. The Caucasus front makes me quite sad because it makes me think if you'd just moved back Sarai back and built a fleet there, that would be going so much better.
But there's
But
an
hey,
army on Kiev, man. We can't
yep.
we can't vacate back just right. Yeah,
But yeah, it's a nitpick on a otherwise pretty.
it's a
nice
nitpick, but
position.
it's a very significant one because to your point, as soon as we get a fleet into Sea of Azov, this whole area, I don't know about collapse, but it's a ton of extra pressure because it pressures Trebizond and Tiflis, which is just like it's only 2 spots to pressure, but it's one unit that's not going to get cut, and that's hugely significant. And it like threatens the convoy units around. It's a huge deal. So if we get in there, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think it literally collapses, but we probably can take Kabardia because we can like tap Tiflis and then support ourselves in there again, right? Like that's
Yeah.
at a minimum. So it's a big deal, despite seeming like a small thing, and it requires you to accept a little bit of risk. But like this last year, when we're going +4, um, it like would be amazing. This where's the winter? Winter. Here's winter, right? If one of these builds, like maybe instead of Bratsk, we could have put a fleet in Bakhchisarai. If we'd moved this
Yeah.
to Voro, for example, I think our position is significantly better as a result. But if you don't want to risk it, it's fine. And like our position, the counter argument, our position is really good because we went +4. It doesn't really matter that we aren't getting this little bit of extra juice out of Bakhchisarai. So, yeah.
Yep. Anyway, we can move on.
Yeah. So here's the east where we see the remnants of Qing falling. And that's great. We just get to walk into everything, make a nice little front, and they don't get to retreat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really like that. I don't love Gobi to Turfan. I mean, I understand why it's happening, but it just looks like you distrust Mughals.
Which we do. We do distrust Mughals. We distrust anyone who's adjacent to any of our dots, Captain Meme. You gotta understand.
Yeah, I do also note you now have 2 units next to 2 empty Mughal dots up there, which... if I was Mughal in this position and I knew that Russia was being mentored by you, I would not be leaving those
I don't
centers of
dot my
defense.
allies. When I stab my allies, I go for the kill. And I don't consider taking Uzjan and Yarkand like 2 dots worth fighting for, man.
Yeah, but I'm also seeing that you're reaching a point where you're gonna have to choose a new enemy, right?
Oh yeah, very reasonable. Oh yeah, definitely long term. I think that Mughals are like a natural next target.
But yeah, anyway, it's Gobi to Turfan is whatever. It's paranoia, but it's understandable, and it's not that necessary for Gobi to be on the front line.
But I do want to point out, right, that this paranoia that causes paranoia in your ally, right?
Yes.
It's small moves like this that can actually cause this really tight group of allies to start fighting each other. Because one person's a little scared of getting one dotted, so they move to cover their dot. But now this unit that I think was completely defensive is now suddenly aggressive. And then Mughals might be like, oh crap, I gotta cover Yarkins now. And then, oh god, Uzjan might fall, so I have to move something else to cover Uzjan. And suddenly we're like not making progress elsewhere because we're wasting our time covering our dots and we're worried about the other attacking us. And then feeling good about our defense because then they move back and it can snowball. I don't think it does in this case, but like be careful about this sort of stuff, guys.
It's also not just that it can snowball in that way. Like you're absolutely right in saying that Turfan now causes Mughals to want to think, I need to defend Yarkand. But it's also just that you and Mughals are in such a tight alliance, right? Kid, like you guys have demolished the board at this point, and you're worried about 1 dot next to one of their units. Just seeing this move as Mughals, I would be like, that is not a person who considers me a strong ally going forward. That is someone who thinks I will 1-dot them, and if they're that paranoid about me, then clearly this alliance isn't quite as good as I thought it was going to be, right? That is more of... I would be considering that even more than I would be looking at Yarkand and thinking, uh-oh. But yeah, anyway, it is what it is.
It's especially in... It's like, it is... I don't... It's one unit making one move that I think is a small mistake. But I will say, if you're good at your press, you can cover these up just fine. No one's going to care.
Yeah.
If you're bad at your press, it gets worse. I'm bad at my press. When I do stuff like this... It always escalates.
Mm-hmm. That's because you get angry with people, right?
Oh yeah.
I don't. You're very rarely apologetic about stuff like this, which is maybe the issue.
Yeah. No. It's usually like, dude, what did you want from me? Of course I'm going to cover my dots. Right. I also stuff like this I do less commonly though. I will say. Right. Just to cover the random dot in the fall. I don't know, whatever. Point is, yeah, it's a valid criticism, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, but the board is looking totally fine. I like the position still. Sweden's not looking as good anymore, but it still seems fine. And like the rest of the board looks fantastic. So.
Yes, like the East in particular looks amazing, I'd say.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, let's go look at some retreats. These are retreat options. Here, actual retreats. Lots of units go places. We have to get out of Norwegian Sea and the Barents, and we can't retake Spitz because whatever. Unless we get England to tap Greenland. And I forget if we do that or not.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
I don't remember if we do or not. We might. That'd be a fun coup. And then, by the way, in this front, something that we passed over is that Poland walks into Riga and they take Brandenburg back.
Mm-hmm.
All right, just they walks out.
Oh, and Sweden supported them into Kiel. Yeah, this is Sweden going, I'm gonna die if I stay at war with both of these people. I'm gonna throw to one throw dots to one so that they stop attacking me and then go and focus on reclaiming my homeland.
Yep.
That's the situation where this could go very badly for you. I think it was the one situation I thought where it could go very badly for you. So, depends whether Poland chooses your side or not now. Okay, they're kind of doing both, right? What is going on here? I don't understand Poland's move Riga to Latgale. And they attack Lubeck with support, but Lubeck is being support held, so maybe that was a fake attack. They also go into Baltic Sea, so Sweden, I wouldn't let that happen, or wouldn't want to let that happen by agreement.
But
I don't know whether this is a
Sweden, right? Are you going to let us walk into Stockholm?
Yeah, that's true. You can't do that. I could see this being a completely fake war, especially considering Riga is trying to walk out of Riga.
But it doesn't, and so at the end of the day, Poland gets 3 dots locally. Notably,
yeah, really good turn for Poland.
Yeah, 2 of them come at Sweden's expense, and I just want to point out that we didn't get anything this year.
Oh wait, I mean you got stuff on the other front, right?
Oh
I just saw
yeah.
that
I'm specifically thinking about the local, like us attacking Sweden and trying to evaluate this decision right over a couple of years.
Yeah.
Last year it got us Umia and Novgorod. And the Novgorod one, I'm going to say, is like a half dot, because I'm pretty sure you could have negotiated that one. But it definitely got us Umia, which you would not have gotten otherwise. So 2 years in, we're up this 1 dot, and Poland is now up 2.
But you lost Spitsbergen as well.
Well, yeah, we did lose Spitsbergen, but we did get it back. So
you get it back.
We don't actually lose Spitsbergen, but it did take some units and effort and whatever. But it I don't know. I think it seems reasonable to me.
Yeah. It doesn't seem to be massively beneficial. I'm looking at Bakhchisarai. Walked back out of Bakhchisarai, yes. Fleet build, let's go.
Yes. I think part of it was, I think my mentee knew that if he put a fleet down in Bakhchisarai, it would be 100% war with the Ottomans forever. And I think he was hoping that we could avoid that. And then at some point, the decision was actually that's just never going to happen. We can take the risk. Poland's probably not just going to walk in this phase. Took the risk, and you'll see. We do put a fleet down at like 90%. And then on the Safavid front, we do in fact walk into Tabriz. We guarantee it, and we actually don't quite guarantee that we keep Astrakhan, but we make it almost guaranteed.
Yeah, I mean, and it works out.
Yeah, we should have flipped it, by the way. This is ugly. Because Kabardia can tap Kharkov, but it couldn't if we did it the other way. So.
Yeah, but then Kharkov might accidentally walk it. I mean, that's a pretty unlikely.
If the cost of us walking out of Kharkov is that we get into Caspian, okay. Although actually, Caspian's losing a lot of value at this point because we've finally gotten almost all of the dots adjacent to the Caspian.
Yeah, man, Portugal manages to get Baghdad as well. Oh my god, this Portuguese colony is incredible.
Oh yeah, and it's been like, what, 1, 2, 3 fleets right now? Right, these units I think they stuff previously, but these have been so efficient.
Yeah. I mean, we haven't been looking at Portugal at all, but this looks like a masterclass Portugal game, at least from this area.
Yeah, I mean, it's represented on the scoreboard.
Doing pretty damn well, and you can see they're actually working with Mughals, despite Mughals. They're kind of having to vassalize in that area, I think, to Mughals, but it's working out for them.
Yeah, looking at the southern part of India, this game was really interesting. England mostly won the area early by working with Mughals, but then Mughals flipped on England, and then is working with Portugal now that to reconquer stuff, but give Portugal a few dots in the area while Mughal gets the east. So
yes, I think you've gone back a phase, by the way.
Did I?
Yeah, because Portugal should be in Baghdad.
Yeah, moves should be on the board.
All right.
Yep. And so here we see, the progress that Mughals and Portugal are making, and at some point there's a lot of talk between
Russia and Mughals about stabbing Portugal at some point. Where like we're in Kurdistan and Tehran, and like we can take Isfahan, and Mughals can take Badar and like Goa and stuff. Um, and there's just a lot of talks about that throughout most of the game, and I don't remember when stuff happens. So just remember there's conversations about that. Um, and then let's go look over here again, and we're just working with Ming to crush Qing, and we are also working with Mughals to mess with Ming at the end of the day. We are recognizing at this point that we're trying to vassalize Ming, and we're going to want all of these fleets in the east. They're just going to be useful to us. And so we want to keep Ming on side, but we also need to keep the Mughals on side. And so we're trying to find this balancing act where we can both not piss off Mughals and not piss off Ming, which is tough when they're pretty clearly fighting each other. So that's like a big priority. But in the meantime, we just gained 3 more dots in the east this phase from lands Hailon and Hai Shen, which is just pretty great. So yeah, that's the east. And yeah, that's it. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, welcome back. We had to cut off there for a moment, and again, come back the next week. This this might be a regular thing at this point, but hopefully we remember enough about what we just said that it won't be too much of a jump. Back over to you, Ezio.
Yeah, so that's the end of fall. Are super relevant for us. You've got the Safavid retreat, Ottoman's got some retreats. Let's see where any units actually go. But if I recall correctly, like Qing's down to 1, so we don't really care about that, and Safavids are down to 1, so we don't really care about that, and they pop everything else. Okay.
Yeah.
So now we take a look at winter, where we're getting there, right? We're officially in 4th place. You went +4, which is really what you like to see. And again, our enemies are almost done. Safavid's on 1. Qing's on 1. Ming, not our full enemy, but also not someone we're super happy with. They're down 1. Yeah. Where would you build?
Yeah. Just really solid. Sorry, how many builds do we have?
+4.
+4. I'd build everywhere. Wait, no, we can't build everywhere.
Can't quite do that, unfortunately.
So Bakhchisarai is a definite, I think.
Yeah, and specifically a fleet Bakhchisarai, right?
Bakhchisarai, because we finally are able to do that. That's fantastic. I think Fleet Obdorsk? No. I think, when did the Inuit fleet get into Laptev? Maybe
I
we
think
talked about that
last
time,
phase.
but-
I think it was just something small. Or did we make something retreat? Yeah. They had to slip up into Laptev. And remember, they're the ones who sniped Spitsbergen from us. Then they couldn't hold it because the Brits tapped it. So, very likely to be annoying.
That's a bit irritating, yeah. But I'm not sure that building Northern Fleets actually deals with that well. Maybe Fleet Yakutsk is worth it at this point. No, because it can go into Vakosaroy. Ugh.
Yep, there's this real annoying connection.
I'd be tempted to just ignore it, and maybe build an army in Yakutsk and barrel into their actual centers over there.
Yeah, like build an army in Yakutsk, move it to Sakha, and then if they move into Yakutsk, you can recapture. You'll probably need to do something like build an army in Brask to move it here, to give you the ability to recapture, but also by moving it into Yakutsk, you say, hey, I'm going to be annoying to you if you mess with me, so don't mess with me.
Yeah,
Seems
it's
reasonable.
kind of like the fleet situation is kind of like having a fleet in St. Petersburg in standard diplomacy. You don't really care that much. If you're Russia, you can just let a fleet sit there, right, until you can then knock it out. If they put an army there, that's a lot more troublesome, but I don't see any way they can do that, so... probably better to
I don't
just
see
ignore it.
They might get one. Like Inuit is doing well, but they're not building. Yeah, I mean, I will say for Russia, even if you put a fleet in St. Petersburg yourself, you stand to gain centers like Scandinavia and Norway are viable, and past Scandinavia, you can get to the British Main. But a fleet in Yakutsk doesn't get anywhere.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, yeah. I should definitely clarify when I say you don't care about a fleet in St. Pete. You absolutely do if you have a strong north. But like if you're losing, you're fine with a fleet
yeah,
there. But no, you're right. Here, this is very different because Yakutsk doesn't matter.
yeah,
Really.
Yakutsk, like St. Petersburg, at least, if I have a unit there, I can make progress. Here, Yakutsk, you know what's even crazier about Yakutsk that I didn't realize until kind of recently was it's all non-supply centers adjacent. Even if they
I
put an
didn't
army in
realize that.
Yakutsk, you really don't care.
Fantastic.
But yeah, I do agree though. The fleet is completely irrelevant. The army is mostly irrelevant. But I'm pretty sure I actually want to go see the builds because I'm pretty sure, yeah. Yeah, this is one of those
Fleet
builds
Yakutsk.
that my
Okay.
mentee makes that I'm like, whatever, enjoy. And then Army of Urk for whatever, this one, so that way they can't go take it. And I'm like, alright, fine, fine, fine. But Fleet Bakhtjisarай is a big one. So we're really happy about that. And we have armies on the Swedish front, and this disband from Sweden is still great. If Sweden was truly throwing to stop us, I think they would have disbanded something like Copenhagen or Lubeck, but they chose to disband this one instead, which is really good for
Yeah.
Mementi.
100%.
And then finally, of course, Caspian Sea has been ended. We
Huzzah.
are the victors. We have won.
Oh, brilliant. Alright, well, I mean, the Safavid got that one final victory of actually getting into Caspian Sea after all the bouncing, but
Yeah.
that will be their last action, it seems. Well, no, they have one other unit left, but...
They have this unit,
Um,
and part of what's so nice about the way that we've beaten Safavids this way is we've got a bunch of these armies now, and we can now flank the Ottomans from the east as well. It's like if you look at the early game, if Russia and Safavids can ever hit the Ottomans together, which I think is tough to arrange, but if you can make it happen, you have a ton of pressure. But in this case, we get all of it, and we get it so late because we have this fleet in Bakhchisaray, so we're going to crush everything. And you'll notice even both of the Ottoman fleets gets disbanded, so our fleet is just completely dominant.
yeah. Yeah, that's solid. I'm
And
also
then Poland
looking at
goes
the... Oh, yeah, yeah. That's a problem. I was also just looking at the Safavid area and thinking, damn, it's nice that Portugal owns all of that and only has fleets.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, yes, Poland building 4 is less good for us.
Yeah, again, I want to stress that Poland hasn't exactly attacked us, and Poland puts down this fleet in Wilno. But it's like if we're contesting and trying to jockey for these Swedish dots, we don't want Poland to have extreme control over everything. But as happened before, we made the first. Russia makes the first move against Sweden, and then cripples Sweden, and then gets absolutely nothing, and Poland gets the rest. Uh,
Oh boy.
yeah. I don't know, man. You tell me. Maybe we've seen this before. But yeah, and then for Mughals, they only build the one fleet, which is something that I remember being quite saddened about. I was really hoping they'd put a fleet down in Ahmedabad, but I think Portugal has kind of said all of this is mine, hence all of the fleets, and Portugal and Mughals are working closely together. So I think this fleet would have been too aggressive.
Yeah. It does make me nervous that the Mughals have those armies in an area that, like Hisar and Herat, which you are not able to get armies back to defend against.
Well,
Really?
this
Well, I
army
mean,
in
you
Vurk
are.
is pretty flexible, and they can go to Turkestan. But yes, this is definitely a phase where if the Mughals stab us, it's awkward. Like, they can take Bukhara and walk up into Yarkand, and then... Oh, no, Bukhara doesn't touch Turkestan, that's right. I don't know. There's, like... They can take Bukhara and then, like, walk into Khiva and stuff and be just annoying, which is a problem. And then if they do that whilst pushing up in the east, then things could be quite rough for us. And this is partially why I'm so in favor of continually building armies. Imagine how much worse this looks if we'd actually built a fleet with Vurk. Because this army is our only real defense over this area, and then if we built this fleet, Mughals might say, we can just walk into everything. instead of having this like, oh well, they could move to defend. So yeah, armies are good.
Yeah. All right.
And it's also important to note, my mentee has a really good relationship with their Mughals mentee. We've been working together just the entire game. And so it's one of those times where, like, yeah, my ally could dot me, and maybe it gets a little ugly, but how worried about are we, really? So, have good press, don't get stabbed.
That's very fair. That's also something, like, my paranoid brain refuses to accept that sometimes.
Oh, I mean, and when you play against really good players, like, it doesn't matter how strong your alliance has been. If they look at it and they say, I have a better chance at doing really well by attacking you, they probably will. So, yeah, but it's not always the case.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ming's losing some stuff. Here's one I remember. I remember at this point we were talking to Ming while finishing off Qing, and we were like, hey, if we want Ming to be our vassal, we want them to just have all the fleets. We'll provide the army support. We can probably stop Mughals from finishing them, because Mughals were just looking for Peking and Nanking. And so, hey, Mughals take these. We'll let Ming stay on the Korean peninsula and then go and like conquer Japan or something. But we want them to be fleets. We want them to disband their armies. So this disband from Pyongyang is something that I remember being disappointed about.
Yeah. Oh, the
Other
poor
ones-
Netherlands.
Yep. I mean,
Where are they keeping units on the board? To pay
I
for
mean,
that?
they don't have that many
okay.
units. They got stuff around here as they've collapsed, and then they lose. I don't know, man. Sometimes
Very
you do
sad
badly
to
as a
see.
colonial.
Yep.
Alright, want to go see next moves?
Yeah, let's go ahead.
Actually, I have no idea what happens this phase.
Shall we go straight into the moves then?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to... Okay, cool.
Okay. Well, you get Laptev C back. That's nice.
Yep, and they have no annoying retreat. And then we shuffle our units away from Mughals, showing great trust. Oh, this phase! Oh, wait. Was it this phase? I don't know. I forget. There was one phase shortly after we beat Safavid that I thought came later, but maybe it happened here, where my mentee pitched the Mughals mentee to attack Portugal. Because look at all these dots here that we could just, like, take. And it's like we could use Kurdistan and Tehran to, like, help them into Isfahan and stuff. And then take Isfahan, get into Herat, take Bandar, and, like, that's partially where the fleet would be so useful. And also, like, walk into Goa. And, hey, look at how sweet and big Mughals get. And, like, we don't trust them colonials, so let's do it. But then last-minute chaos and stuff happens. I forget exactly what went down, but my mentee, the plans change, and they do this instead.
Okay.
And it's like...
What is Mughals even trying to do here? Were they hoping Bandar is moving out?
I think that's what they were hoping, but really I think it's just that Mughals didn't want to stab Portugal and then wanted a way out.
Oh, okay.
That's my understanding of what happened here, but I have no idea what, like, the exact negotiations were or whatever. But there's, like, no way you're Mughals wanting to attack Portugal and then declining the support of the Isfahan in exchange for this, right?
Yeah. I mean, also, can we look down at their actual, like, Indian Peninsula?
Yeah.
They are not attacking... Okay, they went into Goa. That is something.
Yeah, and, like,
but
they don't help with Cochin, right? But they're still messing with England, so...
I mean, they did. They tapped the unit that could support Hold Madurai, right? So I think they are still helping Portugal.
Oh, yeah, clearly. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, it's like, Again, my read of the situation was what I said.
Yeah.
Just Mughals wanted to work with Portugal, but didn't want to tell us that because we were pitching an attack on Portugal. And I mean, the argument is just pretty straightforward. Like, we're both doing well, but not that well yet. We're, like, en route to our impunity, and it's pretty good. Like, we should get some dots, and, like, normally some of these dots go to Mughals, right? And so it's like, hey, let's try to keep things even, let's stay friends.
And then from our perspective as Russia, we would be really happy if Portugal and Mughals fight, because they're just two potential rivals, and if they're messing with each other, they're not messing with us, and so we're gonna have a free ride. Like, the only way that at this point, I feel like the only way we get cut from the impunity is if Mughals can stab us in a brutal fashion.
Yeah, I would agree. They are the only power that has a significant army density in an area where you don't have a significant defense, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, and we're even getting fleets out to help defend against the other stuff, but, like, the thing about fleets is even if we lose the stuff, it's not critical. It's like, as long as we're making gains elsewhere, we're going to be fine. So, yeah, I think the only way we lose is Mughals can stab us, and so if we can make sure Mughals are occupied elsewhere, that's great. So one of those things that we're really happy about is we're seeing Mughals make progress against Ayutthaya down here. So, that's huge. We're happy. Sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just good, solid turns. And then the big point, obviously, the Slapdev Sea moving out, because if it had stayed and it could have retreated into Verk, that would just be annoying. It wouldn't be a real problem, because, like, we have 3 units adjacent to Verk still, Ob and Laptev and Kara, but it would still be annoying. But instead, they're just out, and we could be friends or something.
Yeah.
Inuit was gunboating a lot, I remember.
Okay.
So I was, like, pitching with Menti, like, hey, don't give up, just keep pestering them. Just continue being annoying and they'll respond eventually. Because if they're gunboating here, they're gunboating a lot of people, and so just keep being annoying. And it worked,
Yes.
and then I think this was the phase like they're like, we don't have to fight, we're not gonna get anything. And then I don't remember why we did this shuffle. And I also
it's
remember...
a curious shuffle. Like, I imagine the reason for it is that you want to vacate Outer Mongolia, right? Otherwise, well, I mean, even then, why not just move Chichihar up to Amur?
Oh,
directly?
this part is just inefficient. This is just the beginner thing. Just never do this. Right? And then, so the reason why I say this, what am I talking about? So you've got this conga line, and conga lines are always bad. And so in this case, instead of having Kikihar move to Halenpau, just have Kikihar move to Emmer, and then have Halenpau do anything else. And you get to exactly the same situation. But you have an extra unit free to do whatever. Like support hold, or move to Niv, or whatever. So, yeah.
Yeah, and notably, if like Shenjing taps Highland Power, then you have 2 units bounce back here. Whereas if you do it the other way, then you go up to Amur. Which, I mean, if you want an excuse for staying in Outer Mongolia, then this is a good way to move.
Yes,
but
yeah.
otherwise,
You want to be
it's a little
intentionally inefficient. This is a good way to be intentionally inefficient. But I'm pretty sure that wasn't the goal. But maybe my mentee was thinking next level. I don't know.
Okay, one thing I do love that your mentee is doing here is coring Haishenwai. Yeah, while that Qing fleet was there, but the Qing fleet has now moved away, so it's a guaranteed core as long as Ming doesn't tap. And that's fantastic. Like, getting a core off on a coast where you have no fleets is really difficult.
Oh, yeah. And more than that, like, I completely agree. More than just this place on where we don't have fleets, it's a place where there's no strength. There is no strong power in this region. Like, Spain is strong, but Spain doesn't really have influence on all of these seas. Qing is cooked, Tokugawa's cooked, Inuit doesn't have the ability to influence this area that strongly yet, and we've already got our vassal in the area who is happy to help us. So, like, any fleets that we pump out here are going to be absolutely huge. So, yeah, I completely agree. This is a really good core to get off, and I think it's very likely to get off. Because, again, we just have this one Ming to tap. So, yeah.
And it looks like Ming is friendly towards you, coring Shenjing as well, and moving away.
Yeah, I mean, we had 4 units on Shenjing, right? If Ming wasn't friendly with us, it was kind of those, be friendly or else.
That is true.
And, again, from their perspective, they'd rather be friendly than have us eliminate them, and... we went through the early game doing a very good job at not being aggressive towards Ming, right? We worked with Ming against Qing, and we let our ally do most of the damage to Ming, but we really didn't help out much at all. We, like, one turn we took Blans from Mughals, but which is originally Ming, but I think that's kind of it. And so it's just really good relationship management, just being great shape. So yeah, this is a great front, and... part of what's so great about this front is just the unit count, right? We've got, like,
6 units over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 units over here. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 dots. Like,
Yep.
yeah, that's really good. And to have them all be safe, and like so safe we're able to core, holy.
It's fantastic.
Compared to this front, where this is where all of our extra units have been thrown in. Although, I mean, if we want to be really awesome, look at this front, right? We got 3 dots and no units.
Yeah.
And all of this is
That
possible
one
because
sort of
we made an ally
goes
and
a
we can
bit
trust
more
them.
towards. Sorry, that one goes a bit more towards being a liability, I think. But hey,
I mean, look, we're an ob. We can cover Turkestan if something crazy were to happen. But
yeah, that's true.
yeah, we do. I noticed that Mughals is still adjacent to Bukhara. And I'm like, so them doing this specific move sequence instead of moving to Gore means they can potentially mess with us. But I mean, and then this move to Sangpa or whatever, it's kind of away from us, but also not really because it gets closer to Yurgirstan or however you pronounce this one. And so it's like, and we moved all of our units out there, but I feel better about it because these units moved away and actually moved away in a significant manner. I don't think Mughals, like, they can't hit us this fall for sure, and then if they want to do something later, I don't know. We'll see what the map looks like.
Hmm.
Okay, so we spent a lot of time looking at the east, looking at the core, and yeah. This peninsula, the Caucasus are absolutely wonderful.
Yes.
It's not like, is this an isthmus? Whatever. This area, the Caucasus, are really good. Like, we made progress. All of our moves went through, and they made no progress. And so now we've just got this like absolutely gorgeous surround. Let me actually jump ahead real quick, just so you guys can take a look at this map and be like, oh yeah, that's what you like to see. Just they've got 3 units in this line, and everything is gonna get cut, and then we're gonna support attacks everywhere. Like, I don't think we're quite guaranteed to take everything, but we have pretty good chances because like we can put 2 on all 3 of these dots, and we've already gotten Derbent. And so it's like, I forget exactly the optimal way to do it, but it's like Astrakhan taking here, we have a guess with Caspian Sea to either cut Kelm or cover Astrakhan. Then you've got Derbent that can support something into Tiflis. And then we've got Sea of Azov, which is probably going to cut Trezibond. But maybe we can see if Azov. I forget exactly the tactics, but the point is everything can get cut and we can have supported attacks everywhere. And it's just gorgeous.
Yeah. And even if you don't take something this turn, you can get it very shortly afterwards anyway.
Yeah, and we're going to take stuff and it's all going to get popped because there's no retreats. As long as we do it right, it's just, yeah.
Yeah, something I failed to notice on builds is that the Ottoman fleet came off, right? The
Oh, yeah.
one in Constantinople.
Yeah.
That's
Yep, they had a fleet
that's
on and a fleet
fantastic.
Aegean. And so, yep, they cannot contest this at all.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. All right.
Yeah. So that's the Caucasus. That's going to be great, and it's going to go quite quickly, and then we can continue pushing west. And then we have, as always,
Sweden.
the source of disappointment, Sweden. So, look, Poland gets the convoy to Scania, Poland walks into Narva, Poland's got pressure on Lübeck still, and we lose Umia, and we have a retreat, and they cover Abo from us, and we're in Karelia, and it's just like, okay, cool.
Yeah, that's not great. Your retreat has to be up north, right? Into Finnmark. There's nowhere else.
Yeah.
And that's not a great province.
It's not the worst. It still does border 2 dots and Jamtland, but also there's a reason no one's been in here until then.
Yeah. Right.
Yep. Let me see.
Maybe I just have tactics blindness when it comes to Sweden. Like the area around Sweden. Because I've been supporting an attack against... Well, I've been cheering on an attack against Sweden both in this game and in our other Russian game. And neither of them went very well.
It's so hard to attack Sweden if you don't have control of the Baltic Sea, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Russia just can never get control of the Baltic Sea unless you like take Narva and can core it. But I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. It's yes, it's difficult.
Yeah, and like there's only this one northern dot in Trondheim, and it's this dot that's you can't get two fleets attacking it. Like if it was in Finnmark as the northern dot, you could have a fleet in Barents and Norwegian Sea, and you could have two fleets on it that aren't on land, which would make it a lot easier to capture. But like Trondheim isn't easy to capture, and then they're always going to have support into Umeå and Stockholm and stuff, and then it's also true that due to the nature of the Sweden-Poland relationship, Sweden can always defend against you and let the other person take the dots. And I think it's similarly true, but not as true if you side with Sweden against Poland. Because at least if you are Russia, you can take like Warsaw and Krakow and like maybe get one of Riga or Wilna or something. And like Kiev and these southern dots too. Like you can actually get stuff that's hard for Sweden to take, but when you're working with Poland, I just don't think Sweden. I think Poland will get everything from Sweden instead of Russia. But whatever. I don't know, man. We got like Sweden was an enemy, and through a good tactical play, Sweden got neutralized, and we got their ally to flip on them, and that is good, because if Sweden and Poland had stuck together, we would be in really bad shape.
Yes. Now we've just got to hope that Poland and Austria don't stick together for the whole game, which mirrors. Well, actually, I'm seeing a lot of Polish units on the Austrian border. Maybe they did attack them last time.
Yeah, we should look at that again to be a little more close.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they are going in. All right,
Well,
that's fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, it's going in, but it's like not super going in, but it's helping, right? Helping Ottomans into Constantinople and Cilicia and Ruthenia. There's a solid chance there. But I also will note, part of what's so nice about having our east go so smoothly means that Russia just has armies everywhere. And
Yes.
every space is occupied. So whether or not the map is a stalemate line, we've just got all the units here possible. And if the map's a stalemate, we'll hold it, and if it's not a stalemate, we make it hellish for them to push us back. And so even if Poland gets everything from Sweden, because our other fronts are going so swimmingly, they probably can't get anything from us. And if they make a misstep, all of these armies can just keep pushing. And I think the way the tactics work out, if we can get Poland to help us into Abo, we get there. And I think if you're Poland, you're like, well, there's a billion Russian armies. I don't want to piss them off, so I maybe op them into Abo. I forget exactly what goes on over here. I forget almost everything about this game.
I guess we'll see. Shall we move ahead to the next moves? Or did you have more you wanted to talk about?
I think that's everything, right? At least everything we care about. Hi, North America. Hi, Africa. Hi, Australia.
Australia is 3 different colours. That's kind of cool.
True. Yeah, that's almost as many as possible. Have you ever seen anyone be in the Outback, by the way?
I saw someone have the opportunity to retreat there once and take their army off the board instead, and it made me so
Unlucky.
sad.
Yeah. All right. Well, okay. Let's go see the fall moves. These are not the fall moves. Everyone held. World peace. All right. Here we go.
Okay, nice. You got the support. That makes up for Umeå. Yeah, you are just advancing there. Perfect.
Yes, and then Sweden actually defends against Poland. You'll notice Gulf of Riga taps Riga and goes in there, and then Wadden Sea supports Copenhagen into Kiel, which is quite nice. And so even though Poland takes Gothenburg and Narva, I don't think Poland takes Lübeck even. And it's now actually like, oh, they're fighting each other. Sweden is not just defending against us. And then there is this misguess with Finnmark. We could have taken Trondheim, but, well, you can't get everything.
Yeah.
We cover Arkhangelsk, so we're nice and safe. And then we take a look at the Caucasus, where we take Bardia, cover Astrakhan, and then we...
And you get Tiflis.
Yeah, just double support of the Tiflis. So we just get everything.
Yeah. Fantastic.
Yeah, or we
All
didn't.
right.
I mean, we didn't take Trebizond also, but we couldn't. But the point is, we get all of these things. Bakhchisarai is still occupied, so we can't build another fleet here. I'm not sure if it would be needed or not, but whatever. Point is, this front goes really well. We get everything. Caspian Sea does its job of covering Astrakhan. Not
Fun
that
thing,
important.
if you'd have known their exact moves, which obviously you don't, you could have taken Trebizond as well and gotten everything. You just have to go. Durban is support No, Durban into Tiflis. No, because then the Safavid unit doesn't die.
Yeah,
Okay,
because Durban was Safavid to start, I don't think we can make everything work with them doing this. But again, we eliminate Safavid, which is great. This army is annoying, and then we take Kabardia and Tiflis is off the board, and Kabardia can retreat here, but Ottomans aren't having a great time. So yeah. One more thing to also mention, though, is that Poland does hard go against Austria.
Yes.
And this is the best news possible. This means that Poland is not going to be able to pressure us. It means that Sweden and Austria, since Poland is fighting both of them, have good reason to go and flip on Austria now. And so that's just great. We're not going to be under pressure in the West anytime soon, and we haven't been under pressure in the South. And if you notice, Mughals actually back away. Just nice and easy. We're playing Imptip, guys. Multiple people can win. So
that's really nice. And you're getting to hang around on the Mughal bordering in Lanzhou and Gobi.
Yeah, I mean, not complaining. And then Tehran, we're still in there. This front went well. And then here, I think this is agreed.
That's so rude. That's so rude. That can't be agreed.
I think this is agreed. I'm pretty sure. I mean, agreed. It might have been like an ultimatum, like, "Hey, I'm going to do this, and you can't stop me," type deal. But like, they could have stopped us. I think it's just, "Hey, take it and disband it. You were supposed to disband something previously." I'm not 100%, but either way, I mean, come on. What are you supposed to do, right? They're not going to win the game. This army's not going to do anything ever, anyways. Just pop it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And our core finishes.
Fantastic call there. Yep. I like the self-bounce over Yakutsk as well. Just keeping the Inuit out while keeping decent positions. Although maybe we would have wanted to move Amur forward towards the Inuit centers. But I think it's worth keeping Laptev in Laptev. That seems like a good place for it to be.
What is Laptev doing?
I mean, it's stopping the Inuit from being in Laptev, which is nice. Right?
Yeah, whatever.
But yeah, it's all in all looks really good.
Yeah, I think just a super fantastic turn. Just smooth sailing everywhere. We took a bunch of centers. Nobody's fighting us. We're just walking everywhere. Like, that's just sign of a great game of diplomacy.
Yeah. I did want to point out a few things on the wider map, just a second. We're not going to do this very often, of course, but first off, props to Inuit for the core in Greenland Sea. That very much reminds me of my repeated coring of Baltic Sea in the other game. So nice. I want to see what on earth that convoy into Spain is.
French convoy into Spain.
I love Galicia convoys. They're so cool.
You know, I also have a soft spot for Galicia convoys.
No spoilers on why that is. Go watch Ezio's Spain game if you want to find that one out.
Yeah, good luck figuring out why. What's also fun is Inuit did like this one move and this move. And then cord and held.
Oh. Oof. Okay, maybe less props than
If you can make the person's only move of the entire phase walk away from you, that's pretty great.
That is really good. Oh no, they did also take the Qing Center in Japan.
True. Yeah, and then they cored and then they like bounced us out of even ski or whatever. So yeah, they did other stuff too. But the main thing they did was they walked away from us, which is always good news.
There were a couple other things I wanted to point out.
Yeah.
The vultures descending on the Netherlands. They disbanded the units, and now everyone is just walking in, except France. France values Strasbourg too highly. So they do manage to retain Ghent. The only other thing I had in mind was I liked how multicultural the North Pacific Ocean was on the other side of the
Pacific.
Continent. Yeah.
Ooh, that is pretty.
There's a Dutch fleet. There's a Athapascan fleet. There's a Tokugawan fleet. There's a Spanish fleet. There's something being supported in that I have no idea.
Looks like Spain is getting supported in here, and then that's Pasca into the other one.
Oh, okay, so it's becoming less multicultural, but right now it looks very nice.
Yeah, I gotta say, the Schwing and Tokugawa are way too similar.
Mm-hmm.
But whatever, they don't
You
have
mean
to
Schwing and
worry.
Athabasca, right?
Who did I say?
You said Tokugawa. They
Well,
don't look that
you know
similar.
what? You're right. I don't think that these two colors are that similar, but these two colors, yes.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, that concludes Memes World Tour. I don't have anything else to point out, I think.
Quick check in
Sorry,
South
South America.
America. All the regionals are still alive, but none of them are doing anything. That's great. Spain's doing well because the Netherlands got cooked. Although there's this annoying thing from Amara, who knows? England and Spain. England's got all of the Caribbean, which is really keeping England afloat. Like, England's doing great there, despite their North America not going. I mean, this is a pretty good North America, right? Like, they've
Mm-hmm.
get up on France and stuff. I don't know, man. England's doing
The
great, but
that it looks like it was a very good North America until the Athapascans just walked into Philadelphia and Seneca in the
oh yeah, and like took Fort Detroit and stuff.
yeah.
Yeah, but still, there's no one contesting the Caribbean from them, so they're gonna have like 20 dots for free, which is always pretty good. And how many dots is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 if you count Bermuda, but like 12-ish dots, like St. Augustine or whatever. Anyway, so England's gonna have a good game kind of no matter what. Good job for them.
Yes.
Yeah, all right, World Tour done.
Sorry, Africa. You don't get it.
All right, and now here's the important part. If
Commentary.
we look at winter,
Oh, you're in second.
second
Nice.
place +4 again. Our ally Mugles +3. This is great, and it really we can start to see this like haves and have-nots type stuff, where you're like the top people are doing great. I mean, maybe not quite. Ayutthaya is not still +2, but I think they disbanded some stuff, and like Ayutthaya is under too much pressure. You're just never getting out of this. They're
Yeah.
like, yeah, you can fight over Bay of Bengal, but at some point you're going to get outflanked. Spain is relevant here, though, right? If Spain and Ayutthaya can work together, they'll be okay. But I suspect they're going to squabble over stuff.
I think Ayutthaya will still not be okay. Like, look how many Mughal units are there. They're everywhere. This is what happens when someone who's quite a large power gets to put all of their units on one front, right?
Yeah, because they have such a good, safe, friendly ally to the north, who's never going to do anything to them.
Yeah.
And that's how we feel about the Mughals, and so that's why, that's why the two of us are doing so well, right? Alliance play in IMTIP is legitimately overpowered. It is unbelievably strong, and if the two of you play well and can trust each other, both of you will win every game, kind of as every power. But you gotta find someone that you can trust. So, and then they have to trust you. So, good luck making that happen. But that's happened this game. Yeah.
I'm
+4.
looking at the scoreboard and seeing you need to go plus 15 more, right? That's kind of a lot. Yeah, there are a lot of dots in Europe. Maybe you can get a stab on Poland at some point.
Yeah, and there's some more Ottoman dots to get. Not too many, but a couple Ottoman dots, and if we just nick a little here and there, and then if we can get anything out of Japan, that's pretty sweet. 15 is a lot, but we're already at 29, right? So it's not that hard, and especially when we're not in any rush. We're 5% behind Portugal, and we're in second place, and we're never going to lose any dots for the rest of the game. So, I don't know. This feels like a position that you kind of can't lose, I think. I don't know. Maybe if you put you as Russia and Salt as Mughals, we could find a way.
Yeah. Well, hopefully there's no substitutions in this game.
I hope so too.
Alright.
Yeah, let's look at builds, I guess.
Aye. Is that another fleet? Fleet Vicoteroy. I think it's justifiable here. You can get the fleets around and into the Pacific, right? That's probably a good thing if you're starting to try and push out into Japan. It's a little tough to make it there, but yeah.
Yeah, a little tough to make it there. So breaking into
Mhm.
Chukchi Sea as the way out into the Pacific, I agree, is usually a challenge. So let's ignore the rest of the stuff that Inuit can have to help
Oh
hold
my
Chukchi
god.
Sea. Let's forget about that. And let's just envision them using this one fleet here to support hold Chukchi Sea.
Okay, to be fair to me, I thought that area was completely empty because it was last turn. It's not empty anymore. How
Yeah,
did they get
these
that many
fleets.
builds while holding everything?
I
I
don't know,
take back
man.
my
Sometimes,
criticism of Inuit.
yeah, some people are really good at diplomacy, and they're not me. Okay, I don't understand how you can make that happen. But like, what? They just walked into here in the spring. Maybe they
I,
disbanded some stuff. I don't know, dude. They just point is, I don't think we're ever getting into the Pacific in a million years that way.
okay, you might be correct. Um,
But we've got this lovely core. That's going to be how we get all of our fleets into the Pacific.
yes. All right. Well, I look forward to seeing how.
Yeah. And again, more builds, whatever. This fleet, like, I think the fleet is fine. It just people like being balanced or something. I don't really get it, but whatever. And point is, we have enough units to waste. Like, we could have waived this build and it would have been totally fine. And so, yeah, I don't care. But yeah, we have more armies. So even though we move stuff out of the way, we've really got such army depth over here. And now it's like really real talk. How do we lose this game in any universe, right? Like, what are the only ways we can lose? And it's like, yeah, Mughals attack us. So
Yeah.
I think right around here is where I actually start pitching to my mentee. Hey, we might just want to like jump Mughals ourselves. Because if we just make a move on and we like take Uzgen and Yarkand and like we are the ones who make position first, the way it works is actually they can never push us back and we're guaranteed to just make impunity. And like, yeah, it's kind of mean to the person who's been pretty good to us for kind of the entire game, but also like, eh. And he's kind of like, nah. I seem to recall it being like that.
I get your argument, but I would be terrified of jumping Mughals here. They have so many units, and you have like nothing on that front, right? You'd be jumping them with a couple of armies.
Okay, I mean it does look better if you build army instead of fleet.
Yeah, it looks a little better, but it's still not good, right?
Yeah. It's not a thing where I think this is a phase to start making the jump, but this idea of like maybe we try to pull an army into the east, right? To have stuff sit around to just be ready, both as defense, like potential to defend if they make a move against us, and also to make the jump ourselves. But again, I'm pretty sure I pitched this, and then my mentee's like, nah, more friendly, and I'm pretty sure my mentee's just like, we're gonna go kind of wreck Poland. I'm pretty sure.
All right.
Yeah, like this.
Yep, that does seem to be what they do.
Yeah, and it's like, well, we successfully got relatively little from the initial attack on Sweden ourselves, but we did induce the Poland-Swedish war, and now they can't defend, and we have enough armies in the area that we just crush in everywhere, and we actually have force to take Kiev now.
It's a really well-timed attack. Like Jassy moving out into Targov East at the same time, you and Krakow moving off to Cilicia. There's like nothing here, and they pushed their Courland army up into Riga, so they can't even defend Wilno.
They've still got
defend
Fleet,
Wilno,
Gulf of Riga, so yeah.
Okay.
And it also works nicely where Sea of Azov is able to get into Black Sea, which lets us put max pressure on Ochakiv. So yeah,
Fantastic.
it's pretty smooth.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like if we can get Austria to tap Targo, we take Ochakiv and Kiev, which is great. And we're in Smolensk, and like it just we have enough armies in the area we can make a push, and like we've cleaned up the Caucasus, so there's no pressure from the south.
Portugal's got only fleets. Mughals hard move away, and we're able to cover and defend. So, yeah, you back up off of this border.
And more cores.
More
which
cores.
I don't usually like coring very much, but here I really do. Getting Chenjing core in particular is another coastal core. We really like getting the coastal cores. That one's a bit more difficult to get fleets out of than Haishan Y, but ultimately if we're only... Like, if Haishan Y is our only core on that front, we're a little light on the ground in fleets, so... Or light in the sea, I guess.
Yep.
So it's worth having another one.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that, like, if you're contemplating war with Mughals at some point in the future, having control over these seas, I think the Korean Sea is what this is real life, but whatever, these seas is actually really nice because it just pushes down this coast. Based on what's happening, we expect the Mughals to push and then use their flanking power to get around Ayutthaya, and so this area is going to be relatively lightly defended, which means we can just push down Peking and Nanking, and then we have like what we did with the Caucasus, where we had the fleets fully surrounded. Here we could get something similar. We have coastal superiority, and so fleets in Shangjing don't have to get all the way out; they can still be useful, or just hey, you don't want to piss us off because we'll make your life hellish type stuff. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, it's a good core, and whatever. These cores don't matter. Like, these units are mostly just holding anyways, because what's the cost? And so, hey, here we go.
Yeah. Alright, well, I mean, looks great all around, I think. Oh, I did want to point out, Poland and Sweden appear to be getting back on each other's good sides. Like, they convoy an army out together, so they're swapping Gothenburg for Bremen.
Yeah.
But thankfully you do have England coming in to help you, hopefully to help you invest.
Yeah, England helped us a little bit last phase as well. They tapped Christiania. And so this is more pressure from England. And again, it's awesome that England has the time to do stuff like this, despite all of the pressure they're coming under in North America. Again, Caribbean overpowered. And so this convoy is quite nice. And they're working together, but they're not super together. Like, you'll notice Riga got popped, so there's still some hostility there. And even if they get back together again, just due to the timing of stuff, we're going to make progress in the East. So
Yeah. I think you timed this attack really well. Leaving it another phase would have been maybe a problem.
Yeah, just the way that things work in Imp-Tip, you really want to do spring stabs. Which is weird, because in the standard diplomacy map, spring stabs are so ass so often. But just on the Imp-Tip map, due to the nature of how much space people have and how slow stuff is to react, I think spring stabs are just really good. But,
yeah, I think it's also that you, because the map is so large, you don't often have excuses to be standing right next to another person's open supply center in a full phase, which you do quite often in standard diplomacy, right? And I mean, you also just taking one supply center like that or two supply centers like that isn't as incredible of a stab in Imp-Dip as it would be in standard diplomacy. So you want to be able to mobilize as many units in that direction as possible. And that's quite often easier to do in the spring because people aren't expecting it as much.
Yeah, and if they're wasting their spring moving away from you, then you get this huge jump, and it takes them absolutely ages to get back. So, yeah, great stab. Well timed. And again, the stab is tough because while Poland wasn't necessarily attacking us, they also weren't really helping us. Like, they were taking a lot from Sweden themselves. Although, I seem to recall them helping us take Abo last phase. But...
Yeah,
hey,
yeah, they did.
Don't think too much. What are they gonna do for us this next phase? And is that gonna be better than like the 3 dots we could take from them?
Yeah, and I mean you have to get dots somewhere. You've got a lot of dots to make.
Yeah, we got to get to 15. Oh yeah, part of taking an Arva this turn, by the way, it pops it, so there's no retreat for this army. So that's just
fantastic.
Yeah, wonderful. Okay, anything else you want to look at?
No, I think that's everything.
Right, we're absolutely zooming. Boom, boom, everything disbanded. They retreat to Arkhangelsk. But like, again, who cares? We've got fleets ready and able to mess with it. So yeah, upside of having a bunch of fleets, we can stop a couple of annoying retreats. All right, you liked coring, Captain Meme.
Okay, this might be a little over the top. Although you haven't really got anything to do with your armies, it's an excuse to keep them in place, right?
What does it cost us? Right?
I I would have liked to see an army head up towards Sakar, like at least just one of them going around to attack the Inuits, but wait, did Inuit leave Chukchi Sea open? No, it's not open. There's just a unit there that's not doing something on that side. Okay,
It's support holding this, and for whatever reason, my mentee didn't want to let England in there. Maybe it was too late of a thing. I don't remember exactly, but obviously I think we would have liked to tap Chukchi Sea to get them in there. But whatever, it's fine. But yeah, so this one we do a lot of coring. This one got screenshotted. People were like, "Wait a second, what's Russia doing? It's just pointless."
I actually do like the hole in Ob, at least, just because that is your one unit that can get to the Mughal front if you need it there. And like, I mean, I don't hate all the holds on that front. I really would have liked the move up to Sakar, or the move towards Sakar, maybe the one that's next to Irkutsk, going that way. But the ones on the Mughal front, you don't have anywhere to go with them. You need to get fleets out, so yeah, it seems fine.
It's a sign of a very good position where you can have whatever 8 units on a front hold and do nothing and feel quite good about it, because none of our centers were at risk, right? Like literally nothing could have taken this center. We didn't even have to self bounce. We can core with Shangjing because it's only one unit that could tap it, and like we don't need to push for position anywhere because our position is just so good already. It's wonderful. And yeah, you can argue like we should have done like a shuffle up to Saka, just do the Congo line up there, and then we have 3 on Evensky, but whatever. I mean, small stuff. Who really cares? It's like a dot here and there. And yeah, that's the entire East. We hold, and we've got everything we want, and High Shen Wai is open for fleet builds. So let's make sure we actually get the dots to build. Oh yes, we do get the dots to build. Isn't that convenient?
Really, really good. You take Umeå as well. So up in Sweden, get rid of the fleet in Arkhangelsk. Fantastic. Kiev is yours. Kyiv is yours because Austria helps, because they just got stabbed by Poland, so they're really happy to see you doing this, of course. You get Trebizond as well. Oh my god, this is so beautiful.
And there's no one doing anything, right? It's just right. It's just the smoothest possible.
I'll be honest, I've forgotten the name of your mentee because it was a week ago when you told me.
Schwing.
Schwing, yes, well done, Schwing. This is a fantastic. I've realised I've been saying a lot that you're doing well and whatnot, and I do need to clarify. I'm not speaking about Ezio necessarily. There, I am only attributing things to Ezio in this game when they're mistakes.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's all Schwing.
Yeah, like those weird tactics. Those ones are just. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking when I made those moves. Jeez. But the strategy, that's all you. And like really, so much of this game is attributed to having good press, right? You made a good relationship with Mughals, and that has carried us through everything. And then getting Poland and Sweden, you're able to do things and like take dots from them and have them not all out fight you to the death. Like Sweden was pissed at you, you stabbed them, got Umia, and then you got them to go and defend against Poland instead of you. Like that's really good press. That's really good play. Yep. But yeah, so the West went great. The East, nothing happened, but it's such a good position that nothing happens is still great news. So, yeah.
Yeah.
I remember this turn, things were annoying where we trusted Spain to do something, I think, or we trusted someone to do something, and by we I mean the vassal Ming talked to people about it, and like we didn't just support ourselves into dots and fight for stuff. And I don't really get why, but whatever.
Yeah.
Like it just means that our vassal's the one disbanding, and they might not even be disbanding, right? 1, 2, 3, 4 units. 1, 2, 3. Oh, they lost non-king. Yeah,
Yeah.
so they here's push them to pop their armies and keep their 3 fleets or whatever. Um, but yeah, great phase. Just walk into everything, have uncontested everything. Easy game, easy life.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I hope it continues that way.
Yeah, and then part of what shows how easy it is. Look at that, first place.
Nice. Top of the scoreboard. Fantastic.
That always feels good. And we're growing as fast as this massive colonial, just completely, right? Like boom. Look at this block just crushing through the world, and then if we look a little bit, hey look, South America, hey look, North America, I don't know, whatever. But yeah, so we're +5. Would you build a fleet here, CaptainMeme?
Yes. I mean, is that even a question?
Wow. Oh, look at you, such good
Nice.
analysis. Well done. Yeah. Right. This fleet feels so good. It's like both indicative of how well the game in the East has gone, that we were able to push all the way through Qing and Ming and get on the coast and then core it and then leave it open. And also, this fleet is so powerful because, look, there's a ton of dots in Japan, and we've got our ally with 3 fleets. We're going to bring our 4th in here, and there's only like 4 or 5 hostile fleets to contend with. So this is just each fleet is a massive amount of pressure, good chance for other dots. And those are signs of
Yeah.
units that I like to build, is they will get me more stuff as opposed to some of our other fleet builds this game.
I do also want to say, I mean, it kind of goes without saying, but the getting Ming on side and as a vassal here, and to the point that they'll disband Pyongyang for you, it just goes to show how important the negotiation is on this, because we are celebrating so much that you get that Haishenwai fleet on the board and have 1 fleet in that area, but no, actually you have 4 fleets in that area. True, they're not taking centers directly for you, but the amount of pressure having Ming as a vassal here is giving you is enormous compared to what you would have if you had just like tried to batter down the wall at Pyongyang. If you had tried to do that, then you wouldn't have even gotten the Haishenwai core off. So this is, yeah, negotiation is everything, and that was a very good move, getting Ming on side as a vassal like that.
Hell yeah. And then we get to poop out even more armies. So we get the 1 fleet here, and then 4 armies. And so here, like, just look at the west, the density. Also, by the way, what is this? What? What? Poland, excuse you. Like, let's look at everything that Poland lost, right? We took Ochakiv, we took Kiev. They lost, like, was Narva theirs? I think Narva was theirs,
No,
right?
oh yeah, Narva was
Right?
this, but
They
took
got Riga
Riga
back,
and
okay, but like they lost Gothenburg. How? How is Poland building?
do they have anything left in the Caribbean?
No, they don't.
No.
Didn't they lose something in the Caribbean? I feel like they lost something in the Caribbean. Was that previously?
I think they lost it the year before, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Because
I don't
England
know,
just
man.
pushed them out.
But like,
And
look,
in Africa, they're losing everything there too, so I don't know
how are they
that's
building?
happened.
I don't understand. But they put down this army in Wilno, and it's like, I do a double take when I see this, and I'm like, wait a second, we don't actually break them anymore. Like, Poland with this one stupid unit in Wilno is suddenly just. We need Austria to
thought
help
you
us
still
break them.
Yeah, I was gonna say the army in Ruthenia breaks them by itself, so
Well, if it
you're
helps.
fine. Yeah, but like surely it will. The Austrian, like the Poles are in Vienna and Trieste and Pressburg. They've taken all of the Austrian home centers apart from Innsbruck.
I mean,
It's
fair.
like
But what if they want to use that unit to help retake their homeland instead of helping us grab the Polish?
yeah, that's why you have to go to them and make sure that they're galvanized against the Poles. They don't like them very much. Right?
Yeah, it's just like,
them retaking Vienna and Pressburg is also fighting Poland. Like, I don't know, whatever. Maybe you could make this happen. I saw this and my heart dropped because I'm really bad at getting people to sacrifice their own growth to help me. Slash shrug.
I think Austria wants to see that Polish line fall. You can say that you really need the help to just break that initially, and then they can go and do their own thing.
Sure. Yeah, but like also if they help themselves, whatever. Anyways, I don't know. It's a pitch, right? And like see if you can make it happen. But I'm terrified of seeing this army. Well, no, because I'm like yeah, basically. And yeah, so now we have an army Verk, we have this army Ob, we have this army in Yasene, we have Yakutsk. Yeah? Time to go mess with our best buddy, our greatest ally of the whole game yet, or nah?
How many times did you ask your mentee to attack mules up to this point? Like...
It was a question every year.
Okay.
It was just and like, are we...
Their answer is consistently no, right?
We should look at the moves to make sure.
Oh, boy.
Yes, okay. Yes, okay. Not yet. They might, at some point, look at the scoreboard and say, I want to go for a solo. That might happen at some point in this game. And then it's like, I don't think we're going to get a solo, but... Hey, I will support my mentee in all things. But yeah, so first things first, look at the east nice and quick. We get into Sakha, and then our fleet gets out into Oriental Sea. That's wonderful. This bounce in Pyongyang is tilting to me because, come on, Ming. Like, Ming demanded this. If we want to hurt you, we're just going to crush you. Like, why bother trying to defend? It's hopeless. But whatever, their fleets are important. They can help us, so it's great. And due to the way that it works, we have a pretty good chance of taking Aomon this phase because this fleet Edo has moved to Osaka, and so like Aomon can't be support held. It can only like guess with this fleet in Oriental Sea. Like it can move out to Oriental Sea while the Strait supports it out there. But like we can also tap Ainu and Aomon and stuff. So this is just good position. Look, this fleet's already giving us 50-50s for dots. Same year. What a wonderful build. And then here, I remember pushing a mentee to tap Peking. And I'm like...
Oh, to stop the call.
Yeah, we don't want them... Like, we want to be the ones putting fleets down in this area. Like... And I remember using our vassal actually as the pitch to say, look, Ming doesn't want you to put any fleets down there. And if you finish that core, my vassal will get uppity with me, so I need to stop you from building on behalf of my vassal. Was the pitch that I tried to get Schwing to use, and Schwing was like, we'll do this instead.
No, I like Mughal. I'm not going to attack Mughal. That is...
it was not that. It was definitely like, I'm scared. If I attack Mughals, might this escalate into like a 30 army front? Do we win that? Which is, fair as well. But yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the east.
I don't like the Mughal move up to Herat in this position, especially. I mean, I remember the Mughals going into Goa at some point, but I guess they down in the Indian Peninsula. But I guess they must have gone back out of Goa again.
They walked out that fall. They walked in the spring when they did that thing where it was pretty clear they didn't want to stab Portugal, and then in the fall, I should have highlighted that more. And then in the fall, they just backed out. Yeah. They just did not follow through with the stab whatsoever.
So Mughal are locked in with Portugal, which means what are they doing in Herat?
Yeah, we only had a fleet in Tehran. Like, there was no reason for them to be there. But part of what's nice is, look, we're in Bayuli, is what this one's called. And so it's like, we can convoy that down to Tehran and do stuff. Like, we can make plays. Okay, so that's all the east. We was slowly moving west. We're making progress against the Ottomans.
You got knocked out of Ochakiv.
We do get knocked out of Ochakiv.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, but it's one of those retreats that's not that bad. The tactics on this front are always annoying. It's like, do you go for Wilno or go for Courland? We misguess and go for Courland, and then, oh no, they They get in, they bounce us out of everything, so we don't make that much progress. But we do get Austria to help out with Ruthenia. I say we. Schwing gets into full whatever this one is.
Volhynia, yeah.
Yeah, that one. And by supporting us in there, which ended up being unnecessary, so big rip. We are now in all of the places, and so they're gonna Poland is gonna have brutal guesses for a long time.
Yeah, you also just have Riga guaranteed, right?
Oh, yeah.
Which is nice.
Sorry, yeah. So Riga's guaranteed. The part that's what I'm thinking about is right this 15 dot number, right, which is now down to 10, right, because we gained 5, so 10's a lot easier. But like trying to crack Wilno, Warsaw, Krakow, Jazzy, Targo, right, this next line, Riga, yeah, we're gonna take, but Riga's gonna fall, and like Riga and Courland doesn't really break the core. And then it's like, okay, even if you take Wilno, this like Kongsberg, Gdansk, Krakow, Warsaw clump is just so hard to crack. Yeah.
You might even need an Austrian unit that is standing next to it to help you. This is,
Yeah.
well, we'll keep an eye on that.
We'll keep an eye on that. Then up in this area, Sweden convoys another army over onto Scandinavia, into Christiania, to go with their army in Trondheim. It's like, wait a second. No. No. We're not going to get anything. Look, we're going to help other people take all of the dots from Sweden, and we're not going to get anything again.
Well,
like,
you got Umea.
Ooh, we've got Umea, and you've got Abo, and you've got Narva as a result of this. Then we're gonna get Riga. Like we are gonna gain these things. It's just like I'm sitting here worried because I don't want to. Like if we have to put down more armies in the north and then throw them up into Kola to reinforce Umea because England has too many armies over here, it's the biggest pain in the butt. And like they've got these fleets up here, we're never getting out, and like this fleet's never getting out. Whatever, man. I don't want to see anyone with armies in Scandinavia anymore except us, and that's just never going to happen, and I need to make peace with that. But yep, I don't know. This phase was much worse than all our previous ones.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but you had a lot of very good phases, so...
Yeah, this one is like an okay phase, right? We make a little bit of progress, but like, look, we lose Ochakiv, and we only like walk into one thing, and I don't think we walk into any dots this phase, right? Like, dude, it's been so long since that's happened.
But I think you're going to manage to walk into a decent number on the full phase. So
Oh, yeah, I mean, again,
it's
going to be a good year. It's just like, Mughals moved some units towards us, right? Our biggest dread is that there's this army in Herat now. Aren't you scared, Meme?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, these are first world problems. These are signs of a very good diplomacy game when the thing you're most worried about is like one power has 2 units out of their 25 on your border. And you're like, maybe they're going to attack you. It's like, oh, God, please.
Just the general around the world look, I want to point out the Mediterranean convoy. I really like the Spanish going and doing, like the French convoyed into Galicia before, now the Spanish are going into Marseille.
And this convoy only happens because France is convoying out of Marseille into Barcelona. Right? Look at how long this convoy is, and it's entirely unsupported into a spot with a unit in there.
Yeah. Oh, man. Well, I mean, it was bold, and it worked out. So, well done, Spain.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Now they have an army in Marseille. Like, that's sick.
Yeah, I do wonder if... Because Spain is at the top of the list, right? They're
they're quite up here.
Yeah, I wonder if France is trying to stop the end of the game by trying to, like, blitz into Madrid. But I would assume that was what they were trying to do with their convoy before. It clearly didn't quite work, and I don't know how they're going to get there with 2 Spanish armies here. But I respect it.
Yeah, it's a reasonable line. But also, like, if you're this far down the leaderboard, you're not, like, it's
You're
tough.
not going to win.
Yeah. I was going to say you're not really going to affect the game, but that's just not true. Like, if France throws to someone, that person can still win.
Yes.
So, yeah. But yeah, so look at this phase. Not a great phase, but also nothing terrible happened. This was, I think, a very, like, lukewarm phase. A whole lot of coring, a whole lot of holding. Small progress made against Poland. Let's go to the fall.
Yeah. Yep. Let's go.
Do.
All right. That's a lot of red arrows. That's more red arrows than I would have hoped to see.
Well, we got back into Ochakiv, so that's good. And
yeah.
we finished our core on Abo.
How on earth? Wait, you didn't protect Umea? What? Oh, I guess you knew that England was tapping Stockholm, maybe.
Yeah. So we're only losing Umea if they take it from Stockholm, which unlikely, I guess. But dude, this core, remember how we've been talking about like trying to crack Gdansk and Koenigsberg? If we get a fleet in Avo, it's all over.
That is huge. Like that's insane, managing to get
Right?
that core off.
This is how we can actually take and hold stuff from Sweden. Is we put the fleets in the Mediterranean, in the Baltic, and then like if we do that, plus we got our fleets over here, we'd be in great shape. And here again, we have we're scared about people tapping our stuff, and so we cover it. All right, it's fine.
Yeah, what happened with Peking? You have slipped into a Mughal center, I assume.
Yeah.
By agreement?
Well, no. This is, I think, one of those. If we look, we can actually. This is relevant to talk about. Remember how they finished their core? My vassal decided to use the pitch that I was talking about to stop the core as an excuse to tap it in the fall, and to not tell them. And so just walk into Peking, and now they can't build a fleet. How convenient! And then if you look at Herat walks into Bukhara. And then he was like...
So, you both, like, 2 game-long allies just dotted each other for one, uncoordinated. This wasn't agreed? Really?
Yep!
You have... How many centers do you guys have?
Oh,
like,
yeah, dude. Oh, yeah.
You have 57 supply centers between you, and you both decided that one supply center is worth walking in on your ally.
Take down in Peking, man. They're going to pressure our vassal, and we don't want any of that. That'd be so good of them.
I mean...
Yeah, this phase was one of those, like... I think this phase justified every time Schwing was like randomly covering something I wouldn't expect him to cover. Because it's like, oh yeah, if they're gonna do this, dude.
I mean, I actually love this because you getting Peking is so much better than them getting Bukhara, and it gives you the excuse to go back to Khiva and Turkestan, just stand there. But at the same time, both of you doing this means you can both go to each other and say, "Oh, ha ha ha! We both stabbed each other for one. What fun! Let's go back to being allies again."
Yeah, exactly. It was funny because the pitch was that Mughals was debating dotting Portugal or dotting us, and then ended up dotting us. And then Mughals was like, "Oh yeah, well I made the right choice clearly because you dotted me, so fair."
Can I point out that you said that Mughals is deciding between dotting you or dotting Portugal, but they did dot Portugal as well. They dotted Portugal.
But I think Goa was agreed.
Are you sure? I mean, look, Portugal hits like Shadweep.
You know, now that you say that, I'm not sure at all, but I think it was agreed. Because
right.
Surely this was agreed, right? Surely. These two super close allies who are both verging on impunity, one dotting each other simultaneously in this game of diplomacy. If you were to ask me to set odds for this, if I had just seen the moves, I would have set it at like 10-1 agreed. Because, come on. But yeah.
Fantastic. All right.
This might affect how my mentee feels about Mughals. Yeah.
But yeah, so this side, things are going fine. Like, because this core finishes, we take Riga, which is great, but we don't get anywhere else. We have a lot of misguesses here, I recall, right? If Kiev supports Smolensk into Wilno, we take Wilno, but we had Kiev support Ruthenia into Jassy. We really wanted this cut on Jassy, I recall, and then we help Austria into Constantinople. And here, there's some shenanigans going on, because here, both Spain and Austria were supposed to support Anatolia into Smyrna,
Ooh.
but they didn't. One of the things that you'll notice is we are on top.
Yes.
When you're on top, people stop supporting you into supply centers. That's just the rule.
Yeah.
It's on standard diplomacy and in this. If you're in first place, do not expect your allies or anyone who's like working with you to just give you supply centers. That's not.
Sometimes they will, but it's a nice surprise when they do.
And when they do, it's usually because they want to like artificially inflate your threat level to bring you down later. Like, if people are offering to support you into supply centers when you're in first place, be very afraid. Anyways, this is a time where it's like, oh, look at this. But Spain claims this was a misorder, and Austria was just like, lol, what you want, bro? And it's like, dude. Dude, the misorder is so good.
Given the stuff that's happened this phase, maybe it was true.
Maybe. But, like, dude, he's also, like, walking into Mecca. No, this is Spain, I think, just being like, no, I don't want these other game leaders to, like, run away with this. I don't want to help them even more than I have to. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was absolutely not true, but like,
oh, it's
I would
so
also
funny.
say,
It was hilarious.
if I was looking at this map just any other time, I would say 100% Mughals and Russia swapped Peking and
right.
Bukhara.
Yeah.
So, yeah, who am I to disbelieve Spain when such incredible things are happening on this board?
Yeah, but I want to be clear, like, we're still doing our good, like, we are still being good allies to people. We're still upholding the deals that get made and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly. Yeah. And, like, we're not cutting anyone from anything. Like, Poland is the one who has the biggest right to be pissed at us, because they were the ones who had the best chance to make it into a draw. But even still, Poland was, like, was pretty far out. So Poland probably wasn't going to make it. And we did need to get our dots from somewhere.
Yeah, and like bear in mind as well, Poland has a really high victory condition, just generally, because they start off with those colonials, and we didn't do anything against the colonial places, right? They just lost those because Poland always loses those.
Wait, Poland's is higher than Mughals?
Yep.
Wow.
I think Poland's is equal to Russia's, right?
42 versus 44? That's
It's very
insane.
close.
Because they start at 7 as opposed to... Alright, well... Yeah, remind me never to play this country.
Poland is a really hard power to win as, I think.
Yeah, holy. Alright, but yeah, that's this phase. A very funny phase. But also one where we don't make that much progress, and therefore is one that makes me sad.
Mm-hmm.
And we cover Hai Shen Wai, so we can't build over here. But you finish scoring Shenxing, so we can build here, and like it's still a good fleet, right?
Yeah, in fact, it's slightly better if you want to harass Mughals.
But we don't want to harass Mughals, CaptainMeme. We want to like spread our wings and push out over this stuff and whatever. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And we finally take Ivensky. Only took a bunch of our armies a million years to make it happen.
Yep.
So yeah. Let's check out the winter. And still on top. Baby.
Fantastic. +3. And Portugal is +4 despite being dotted by Mughal as well. So, and Mughal is going up too. Like, despite you all being slightly aggressive towards each other that phase, you are slowly advancing towards the impunity together.
Yeah, because this is where we're so big. Us spending like 2 units dotting each other, right, is not... That's 10% or less of our total unit supply, right? Yeah, like we've got 37. Oh, sorry, it's like nothing, right? 37 plus 25. We've got 62 units. We spent 2. So that's 1/30th. Yeah, that's like 3% of our total capacity is being wasted by us dotting each other. It's not that big of a deal. And yeah, so +3 though. +3 is not that many pluses. Where are you building, Captain Meme?
Fleet changing. I think we need to like be careful of Mughals, but I don't know where to build for that. I guess Army Astrakhan, maybe. We've got Army Krasnoyarsk would make sense too. Yeah.
Oh, Austria. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Your territory is so big, it's like
I lost
difficult to
Austria for a second. But yeah, Army Austria I like a lot, yeah. Helps cover Turkestan.
But yeah, Krasnoyarsk seems like a good build. Although if you're trying to stop this war with Mughals from happening, then maybe you don't. They do have a lot of units over there on the. Oh my god, they have so many units over there in the Ming area.
It's a fully occupied line that's too deep. It's insane. Right?
Can I also point out that you both dotted each other in the areas where you had like where the other person had the tactical advantage?
Oh yeah.
Peking, you lose instantly.
We're not gonna what no. Peking, I wanna be clear. We don't expect to hold it. We just didn't want them to build a fleet here. That's all.
Yes. So it was an accidental dotting.
Yeah, and that's also why we didn't tell them about it, because
yeah, but also Mughals dotted you in the area where they don't have a million units.
Oh yeah. So it's going to be tough for them to hold it.
So I'm debating whether you need to build Krasnoyarsk and Bratsk in order to hold the line against Mughals, or whether you just want to build on the other side and say, screw it, I'm losing the war where they have a million units anyway, I'll just take the advantage where I've got it, right? And push it on their other side.
And nothing about this at any point is de-escalate. Understood. We're going to war, guns blazing.
I mean, I'd like to de-escalate, but I have a feeling that if I try and de-escalate it, they'll say yes and then walk in anyway, right?
Well, my mentee likes fleets more than you. Fleet Yakuts. I'm sitting here like, wait a second, if Ming attacks us, like when I've been saying this entire game, the only way we lose is if Mughals hits us. We've just pissed them off, done this dotting thing, and we're putting Fleet Yakuts down. Have any of our fleets done anything the entire game? We've got 5 fleets up here in the north, right?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, that's, sorry, just the whole, like, thought process on how do we best deal with Mughals, then suddenly Fleet Yakuts.
Hey, man. If you're trying to convince Mughals you're not attacking them, I'm pretty sure that's the best possible build.
Yeah, give me a second, sorry, can you talk?
Yeah, so part of what's making Captain Meme laugh so much is my philosophy about fleets as Russia. I just don't think you should build fleets as Russia in general. Kind of in either game, actually, but this position, if I am just trying to get into the impunity, I don't need to do anything super greedy. I don't feel like we need to like push out and hold all of this stuff and try to like conquer these fleets in the northern area. I'm just thinking we'll stay solid. If we can dissuade Mughals from coming after us with this giant army, we just win the game. We're going to get there eventually and I'll be fine. So that's all I'm thinking about.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so I understand the reasoning for Fleet Yakuts, right? You're saying that I need to get Chukchi Sea, I'm going to put another fleet in Boyakaya Gulf and then try and push out that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not, like, Chukchi Sea should not really be the number one priority right now. I think it's going to be, and I mean, Inuit has 1 million fleets around that area still anyway, I think. Yeah, you're not getting in there, so it shouldn't really be the priority. Mughals is the issue right now. I am scared of the Mughals, and I really hope that you figure out how to deal with them with as few armies as you have right here, because it's dangerous. I mean, you do have plenty of armies on that front, and Mughals aren't moving everything towards you, so... Well, I mean...
We just got the jump on Mughals.
Yeah, it looks like you managed to negotiate Mughals out of attacking you just into being a little cautious about you over on the side that they dotted you. And then you just went all in, which is fantastic. I mean, that's the best case scenario. Maybe Fleet Yaktusk was what was needed.
If they got Mughals to not defend effectively, then it's absolutely crushing.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I have no idea what happened here, but this is when my pitch to Schwing finally came through, where I would say, like, look, especially if we're going for the solo, if we're trying to solo, we'd like need a ton of dots and fast, because right, people are wising up. Like, Spain isn't helping us in this stuff. Austria's not just going to give us a bunch of dots for free, which we should not look at that quite yet. Like, if we're trying to win, we really do need to get the dots we can, and it's important for us to like get into. Certainly, we need to get all of these 5 at least, and probably a couple more over here. And that's like if we're trying to win the greedy approach. But then there's the safe approach side, which is, look, we let them take a dot from us, and that's when they were holding back. If they committed more to it and we had just sat around, things go very poorly very quickly. So we should absolutely get the jump, and we should push, and this way Mughals will never feel like, oh, they need to get 11 dots. Look at these juicy dots from Russia. I can take those. So this is basically locking us. I think once we make this move, we are 100% locked into impunity, and basically nothing can ever change that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sweet.
I think so. I like the move.
Yeah, and then we get to have fun tactics. Like, who doesn't love epic big wars between two countries with 30-ish units spread out over the entirety of Southern Asia? Like, that's just sick. From the Caspian Sea to the Pacific, like, what a war.
Yeah, it's gonna be epic.
Yeah, epic's the word, yes. Okay, and then over here, we just start bloop, bloop.
I mean,
bloop.
I assume Constantinople was not agreed with the Austrian.
I have no idea. I
Worries
don't
me a
remember.
little.
Yeah, I assume not, but I really don't remember. They were like, they got him to Smyrna when they like maybe shouldn't have or something. I don't know, but look, Poland is so clearly tied up with Austria. How can Austria do anything but help us against Poland? Surely they'll just do this forever, I guess.
Hopefully. A nice thing, you get a retreat from Volhynia into Ruthenia, which is far better. So that's really nice.
Yeah, it's at least not worse. It's still a unit in a good spot. And it's going to help break Poland, which is sweet. And then we get into Courland, and Gulf of Riga moves to Baltic Sea, which doesn't help defend Wilno. And so I just remember this being big. I don't remember the exact tactics right now, but in Courland and Smolensk and Kiev, yeah, we've got 3 on Wilno, and they can't stop it. Right? Yeah, that's just big. Also, big.
You're getting a core off in Narva as well.
Oh, yeah.
And you can walk out of Abo.
That's the big one. Because they walk out of Gulf of Riga, there's nothing hostile adjacent to Abo, and so we can just walk out of it. We even put England in Jämtland, and Sweden pulled out of Jämtland into Christiania, so there's no enemy with 2 hostile units adjacent to Umia. So Abdo doesn't have to support it. So Abdo can walk out, and we can build a fleet in Abdo and really start pressing the naval advantage everywhere. So that's very big. And yeah, we also got into Jazzy, and unless Austria supports hold Poland, we're going to take Targoviste as well. Or Targoviste, Viste, I don't know, whatever. just this is good progress. We're happy to see this, and because of how high our density was on the west already, I think it was safe for us to move and pull these armies to the east, because as we've noted, this front is big, and if we can bring more units from the west to like start flanking Herat and putting more pressure in this area, that's quite good. So let's get as many armies in as we can.
Yep. Yeah. I like it. Good luck.
Yeah. And yeah, we do lose Peking, but honestly, it's we retreated to hot. It'll be okay.
Yeah.
Anything else? Blah 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 blah. I don't think so. You have anything you want to talk about?
Not really. I did just want to say that, like, 1651, which I think is the year, generally when most games are coming to a close, it feels like it's gonna be a fair bit longer than that on this one, at least to me, because I don't see any immediate impunity. And I mean, I love the attempt at a solo, but there's no way you're getting a solo here. Even blitzing, because Russia's VSCC is so high, you have to clear, is it 30%? 35%? I don't remember.
I think it's a 35% game, yeah.
Yeah, above the person before you, that's just not, there's no way. So, good luck.
I mean, look, we just walked into Chukchis, right? That's huge, right? We're definitely going to make it there with each of these small dots. Yeah. All right, so retreats. We move back there. Poland does their retreats. This retreat to Ruthenia was big. Yeah. And let's take a look at the big scary war.
Okay.
All right. Starting from the west and then moving east, because I think that's where the front makes the most sense. We just walk into Tehran and we make sure this happens. Then we take Uzgen, which is quite good. They successfully get into Yarkand, but we get into Turfan, we get into Lons, we backfill Hot, whatever. There's support holding Peking, and we're not pushing for it, which is wonderful. This always feels good when they defend something that you don't pressure, because they're not getting into better position. Like Sinning is now vacant, which is sweet. We can build fleets in all of these spots if you've got the builds. Yeah, Halen Pow because we want to build fleets here. Yep.
Yeah, I don't like Ming coming back to Pyongyang. I would have hoped they would stay House in Oriental, but
yes, it'd be much better if they were just in Oriental. And yeah, but they still help us into Kyoto, so like, whatever, it's fine. I understand a little bit of paranoia. There's a big war breaking out, but yeah, if they're in Oriental, we're in just great shape. Again, it's still not bad. We get into Chukchis, and we don't get into the sea because they support it with anything ever.
Yeah, but you are making progress there.
Yeah, and Inuit loses a lot. If they lose Chukchi, they lose this one. They get double stabbed. They get dots over here, and then they like back out of stuff. And then I think this is the phase where they say like, look, we're not really going to defend anything against anyone anymore. We're going to like roll dice and randomize their disbands because we don't want to throw, but also we can't do anything. So yeah,
okay,
like, we can see they're at 25 and then down to 18.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
7.
And the fact that Inuit's exploding is wonderful because you'll notice they're the ones in these fleet zones, and so great. We can now hopefully they disband something over here, and we can be dominant again. Okay, so that's the big scary war, and part of what's nice is that Ayutthaya has not collapsed yet, and so Mughals do need to use a bunch of their armies to actually pressure and completely finish Ayutthaya. So this is good news. They have a bunch of units here that they theoretically could bring to this front, but it's not free. And like, yeah, Chengdu is able to support, but probably not much more than that, except for like what they build. And you'll notice like Goa gets convoyed up, and they march a whole bunch of armies up here. And so now we'll see like, all right, how much can we actually make happen here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
it's interesting to me that, like, this is obviously the big scary war. It's two massive powers clashing against each other, but the number of units here doesn't actually seem much larger than the war that's going on between you and Poland at the moment. Like,
Yeah.
I guess there's, on this front, it just goes to show how much the layout of the map can kind of warp your understanding of what's going on, right? Because I look at this and go, there is a massive war going on, and I look at that front with Poland and go, oh yeah, you're fighting Poland, but this one seems more consequential because the territories are bigger.
Yeah.
Even though, yeah.
The total number of units here, it's, I think, a little bit higher than on this front. Part of that is because this front, we spent so long demilitarizing it. If you count all of the units that are like mobilizing towards the front, it does start to increase dramatically, but they're not there yet. Whereas here, they've been mobilized for ages, and now we're getting closer still. So,
Yeah.
yeah, big territories are still only worth one supply center. So,
Yeah.
again, take the small ones, guys. People notice it less. Except for this. I actually really dislike this like leaderboard thing that shows who's winning, because people would forget if it wasn't there. But whatever. But here we see this front. So we successfully got into Wilno. That's great. We finished our core in Narva. Abo is vacant for builds, so more fleets can come out. But we see this little annoying move from Alfold over to Transylvania. At the same time that Poland forces Ruthenia to retreat. And so this army disbands.
Ouch. And I know that Austria tried to support the Cilicia into Ruthenia. I think that attempted support is... It's either that or it's...
I think it's supporting
Krakow.
Krakow into Ruthenia, but it just got cut from Slovenia.
I think the end of the arrow should match if it's supporting the same move.
Okay, so maybe it's Cilicia instead, but sure.
I think it's Cilicia.
I believe it. I don't know exactly, but the point is, they're clearly coordinating and clearly gonna mess with those.
Yeah, I definitely can't think why they might be doing that. Look at your army in Constantinople.
Dude, look at their fleet in Smyrna, man. This was supposed to be ours. They started it. Or something.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
know.
true.
But this wasn't a thing. It was basically just, look, we're trying to push. We need to take everything. We have the units over here to make progress. We're just going to keep pushing with our infinity armies everywhere. So...
Yeah, and France is walking into Austrian centers while you're doing this, so, I mean...
Yeah, and it's not like Poland has left these Austrian home supply centers, right? So... slash shrug.
Indeed.
Yeah, I think the timing of Constantinople, maybe we wanted to wait an extra, like, phase or two. Like, because if we could have gotten Poland to help us, it would have gone pretty quickly. But even still, like, with us getting these fleets from Abo to press down, and if we can just fully occupy all of these locations, we're going to get into, like, Banat and Alfold, and we're going to take Sarajevo and Slonica?
Salonika, yeah.
Whatever. We're going to take all these ones eventually. So, like, basically, Austria's too weak for us to really care that much in the long run, and so I think it makes sense to just push. And also, again, if we're going for a solo, we don't have time to sit here and take small amounts of dots or whatever, I don't think. But also, solo dreams are dreams. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I respect going for it, even if I think it's unlikely that you make it to the...
And it's
to
the case where it doesn't cost us anything. We're not risking our position in the impunity by going for it. Like, we're attacking Mughals, which I think is the safest play, literally. Just to guarantee our shot, no one can cut us, no one can stab us and get the jump, so... Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, that's one of the things about going for a solo as a... I say as a regional, Russia is more than a regional, but, like, you've got a regional-ish position. It's not that, like, you're everywhere on the map. Like, people can't coalition you to stop this from happening, so it seems totally fine to me.
Yeah, we got to a position where we're consolidated enough, and we are winning on every front. There is no front that people can really push. We've even got fleets to support our northern position, and so it's like, yeah, if enough of the map starts literally coalitioning us, right? If you have like Portugal, Mughals, Athabasca, Inuit, and like a bunch of other people actively start coordinating, we do get broken. It's not true diplomacy with the stalemate line on the map, but it's also it's never going to happen. So, yep. And England is making good progress against Sweden, notably taking from Jämtland, so Umia stays nice and safe.
Nice.
Just yeah, everything's great all the way down. Yeah, like this disband is big, and it's gonna make this war really slow.
But you have the fleet coming in from Abo. That is really big.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. The fleet will help. It's just like, wouldn't the fleet be nicer if we also had the army, like Warsaw
Yes.
and stuff? But yeah, it's not like we're not gonna get stalemated because we have fleets coming in, but it's just gonna take forever. And also, I think Poland has finally lost all of their units everywhere else, so we don't have any other like random units popping up around here. So actually, as they start losing stuff, it's just going to be all downhill, and they're like minus a lot, I think, this phase. So
yeah, no more Magic Poland builds. This
yeah,
is,
basically,
good news.
it's like Poland rolls the dice every phase, and that's how many units they build. They're like, what?
Yeah. Fantastic.
So yeah, here are the retreats. Yeah, I don't know, just the phase, and then the winter, and we see Poland -3, finally. Portugal +9, we're not in first. But the solo, CaptainMeme, the solo!
Well done, Portugal. I mean, we haven't looked at what they were doing, but I assume it was something good.
I don't know, man. They, like, took some centers in some places to do some things, I guess.
Yep.
Look, they're everywhere. They got stuff. I don't know. All right, great. Next.
Yeah, let's go to the builds. I'm actually very curious what Inuit will take off, because you said they rolled dice.
They did something randomly and stuff.
Okay,
They weren't trying to throw.
pretty decent for you.
Oh yeah, this fleet disbanded Sea of Tartary is amazing for us. And then Army and Koryaks, because this army could help defend Peck or whatever this is. Yeah. And then they disbanded other stuff elsewhere, because they had 7 disbands, remember, so like also here and other stuff. So all in all, their disbands are definitely best for us, and Pasca's making progress and doing things. England's getting big and scary, lots of armies.
Poland's disbands make me sad, because they have definitely pieced out with Austria then.
Yeah! But, like, okay, great. So this year, we already knew this year was going to be kind of rough for us because, like, we lost Ruthenia and we have to wait for our fleet to get in. And then they're going to lose Trieste, and so, like, they're probably not going to do anything else. But it does make you look at this position and be like, wait a second. So if Poland and Austria just start supporting each other so that they can survive down here, do we ever break it?
I think they have a weak spot in the south, but
I'd have to look longer at it than I wanted to.
Yeah.
Because the tactics are already a lot, and they're already pretty messy. And yeah, if we can get around into the south, like if we can get into Sarajevo and Banat and stuff, maybe. And like if we do a good job at lengthening the front and getting more units to bear, it's fine. And then if we can get our fleet, then like, I don't think it's a true stalemate, but it ain't gonna happen. Like Wilno and Kiev are so big, it's really hard to get units through. And this frontier is such a pain. I don't know. This one, I'm like, all right. But I don't. I'm just the advisor, right? I look at it and I know that this isn't going to happen, but I don't. I'm like, we're still going to press. There's no reason to not to. But I'm also not having to grind these tactics out. So praise be.
I don't love that Mughals get more builds.
Well, we also get more builds.
You do.
Right, Karen and Verk, and then our 2 fleets come down. Like, dude, look at this, man. 4 fleets in the Pacific as Russia? Dude. It's so cool.
It's really good.
Yeah. And, like, this fleet in Changcheng is just such a pain for Mughals. We're going to have 2 fleets on Peking forever. What are they going to do? Right? It's just oh, yeah. It feels so good.
Yeah.
But yeah, they put this army down in Kabul, and we're like, well, we can convoy over to Turkmenistan, and we can like mess with Bukhara and stuff. And I don't know. Again, there's a big front. There's a whole lot of units and a whole bunch of stuff to think about, and I really don't have to look at the tactics at all because I'm just the advisor.
Poor Schwing. His mentor has seen that the situation is complicated and has checked out.
Hey man, what a better way to get good at tactics than to just like have to manage 42 units in this like absurd two-front war. But what is nice is the fronts are actually separate. What would have made this so much harder is if like there were units all the way down here too. And so like what was happening with Trebizond and Tehran was like affecting both the west and the east. Because then every front is connected. Whereas this, it's like, it's just two problems. I can take a screenshot of this, and it's everything you need to know. And then I can take a screenshot of this, and it's everything you need to know. Which is easier than one giant cluster.
Yes. Yeah.
All right. But yeah,
Let's see how it goes.
That's Mugles. That's us. Let's, how do the tactics start going? Well... we do the conga instead of like convoy to Turkmenistan from Tabriz and then support, so that's slightly a mistake. We get into Turkestan and
so
Zaysan.
the problem with the convoy would be that they could attack Tehran with 2. But then I mean, that would be probably good for you because you get Bukhara. I don't know.
Yeah, it's one of those things, like we said, it starts getting way too complicated with too many units to track. Because, yeah, if we lose Bukhara and they, like, trade Bukhara for Tehran, but our unit in Tehran has a retreat into Kurdistan or something, we can, like, still cover Tabriz. Our fleet in Caspian can help us retake Tehran, which is just good. Like, we like it if our fleet in Caspian Sea is contributing to the fight. And then... I don't know, man. Look, point is, this is what's going on, and then we get into Zaysan and Turkestan, which is really nice, because, right, they're supporting Yarkand instead of bouncing, so we get into good position. And I do remember pitching this part. It was like, my mentee's initial approach was like, oh, well, we can just try to slam with the Yarkand and stuff, and then it's like, well, we can't take Yarkand, and it's only a spring phase, so why don't we try to take Ugirstan? But part of his moves actually had him moving into Zinning.
Which
so
would be correct. Yeah.
We just didn't want it to Zinning, and it's like, oh well, you know. So sometimes you just walked into the places, but getting into Ugirstan is also very good. This is progress, and then slight misguess over here between Xi'an and Shang-Chi. Like, so again, the high philosophy. We've got more units to bring to the front than Mugles does right now. At least that's my initial instinct. Maybe that's not even right. I just wanted to get a wider front, and so I'm okay with them getting into Xi'an if we're like in Shang-Chi. I'm okay with both sides getting effective moves. But whatever, we're bouncing, it's fine. And then we get into Ugirstan, and I think we can take something as a result of all of these positions, because like, I mean, Bukhara is actually trivial, right? Because we're just guaranteed it, because we've got 3 on it, and they've only got 2.
Yeah.
And then, like, Yarkand, because we're in Ugirstan, we can, like, tap Sangpa and then throw 4 at it, which will get it. Yeah, so, like, we're going to get Yarkand for sure. We're probably going to get Bukhara, and then we're in good position for Peking, and if we can get Ming to do stuff. I don't know, I just, like, our position is good. And getting better, because our fleets are helping, and we're, like, taking stuff, and then they're going to maybe have to disband and things. So, yeah. Okay, this front's going well. We are the ones taking dots, and not losing dots, and getting into better position.
Yep.
This is good. Okay, now the west. We get this convoy to Anatolia, because we're going to try to take Smyrna, so that's great. It's going to be a pain in the ass to hold, but it's fine. Poland takes Trieste and Slovenia. I don't know why they're pulling back to Slovenia instead of trying to hold Ruthenia, but whatever. I don't know. We go into places. We're doing this a little oddly, right? Just by going straight up into Ruthenia. I would expect us to try to go west further and then go to Ruthenia, but whatever. Point is, it's a lump.
Given the Austrian moves, I think I like your order set.
My order is Schwing's order set.
Well,
I get no
sorry.
credit.
By
Yeah.
your, I am meaning.
Yeah. But here I do want to be very clear. This is all Schwing.
Yeah, given the orders here, I do like surrounding Poland, just going for Poland, trying to convince Austria that, we're fine. Like, let's peace out, and I'll go and kill Poland, and then I'll come for you later. But I'm not going to say that part.
Yeah, but Austria's got good mentors, and so they know that we're gonna come for them later. So
Yeah.
but it's fine. And again, Baltic Sea backs out, so we get into the Gulf of Riga, and maybe we can get in the Gulf of Gdansk or Baltic Sea or stuff, and we've got hopefully more fleets coming in. Although again, builds start becoming harder to come by, but not impossible, right? Again, Smyrna is probably ours, and then we also get Bukhara and something else over here. So yeah, I don't know. Big tactics, lots of fights, and importantly,
Ooh.
Inuits gave up,
Chukchi.
right? So we finally break Chukchi. Look at that.
Nice.
Because of Athabasca.
Athabasca making it through. Nice. Okay.
Well, I mean, nice. But
I mean, Athabasca is growing, but they're not as big as you, right? They're quite. They're at 26 out of 32. Okay, that's starting to get into dangerous territory. But 35%, they would have to get ahead. So
yeah, it's. If we're trying to solo, we don't like seeing it. But also, at some point, you give up on the solo dreams, and I forget when exactly we give up on the solo dreams.
probably when Portugal overtakes you.
Oh, absolutely not. What? You think this is enough to dissuade the fighting spirit? Look, man, if we snipe all of these Portuguese thoughts, and if we can work with Spain to snipe all these, this is a huge loss for Portugal and a huge gain for us. Mm-hmm. And Portugal is not that strong around here and convoying out. So I think this is how we can sneak a solo, because people expect Portugal to stop us and they just maybe don't quite. But also what I am worried about actually is if we fully demilitarize this area and Portugal gets a couple extra armies that we don't really notice, they might kill us, and that would be really bad.
Yeah, they do have Baghdad Cord, which is worrying.
Yeah, but whatever, it's fine.
I mean, my main concern right now is that if we're looking at an impunity ending, right, then Mughals is either in or out, and you are not going to push Mughals down to the point when they're out, I think. So you're going to have to give all these supply centers back at some point or something to get them in. I don't know. Maybe we should have a look when we get to the winter at what the VSCC counts are.
Sure.
But right now we've got to go through fall. Alright. Rim, I don't like that. Why not attack Ruthenia? I was working under the assumption here that the move into Transylvania was to put pressure on Ruthenia so that you could then go up and attack Krakow, Warsaw, etc.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, repositioning down south here, not good, because now you're just spreading your armies a little bit thinner. And I mean doubly not good considering seeing what the moves are.
Yeah, losing Kiev feels kind of dumb, doesn't it?
It's unfortunate. Ezio, how could you give this advice?
Yeah, I might have actually given this advice, but I don't remember. I remember Targo being scared, right? We don't want them to just take Targo for free.
I honestly don't care if they take Targo, because it's Austria, right? We just want to break Poland right now. If Austria throws in a unit further away from their line, I don't mind that.
Well, I mean, if they take Targo, they rebuild it in Pressburg.
That's probably true, yeah. But I think I value Ruthenia over it anyway.
Yeah, Ruthenia is really good. I don't disagree. Notably, though, we wouldn't have taken Ruthenia anyways.
Yeah. Okay,
or maybe if we also
that
commit...
kind of invalidates all my points.
Yeah, if we also commit Wilno to it, then we can do it, right? But we'd have to risk Wilno to make that play happen. Which maybe you can risk, I don't know. But yeah, they cut both Kiev and Transylvania and support Ruthenia. So it makes taking Ruthenia really challenging. But yeah, losing Kiev feels bad, so that part's not great. But we get the fleet out, and then because
Baltic,
the east...
I would have preferred Gulf of Gdansk, but I guess Baltic is fine. Anyway,
Yeah,
sorry, go back to...
Gulf of Gdansk is also helpful for Stockholm, which can be useful. But yeah, Gulf of Gdansk feels more on
But
theme.
you're not getting Stockholm, you're giving it to England.
Well, I mean, we gave it to England, but like, you know how I feel about
Okay.
Stockholm, man. And if I can push Menti to take Stockholm, then who knows? But I don't remember. I don't. There was a point in this game where I remember caring much less. I was very heavily invested in the early to mid game, but then I feel like I gave my Menti a position that was kind of unlosable, and I'm like, yeah, you can make it happen from here. And like, I'll take a look at tactics because I like looking at tactics because I'm weird, but I didn't care nearly as much at this point.
I'm just looking at this stunned right now. That is a massive attack.
Oh yeah, dude. And then
I love this.
one other thing that I do want to stress is look at the improvement in tactics from my mentee throughout this game. Because earlier in this game, if you remember what was going on around Arkhangelsk, we had a similar situation where we used Barons to like support hold Arkhangelsk or something instead of using it to tap Kola, and as a result we lost the fight. But then over here we have Ugirstan tap Sepengpa, and so even though they cut Uzgen, it's still 1, 2, 3, 4 against 1, 2, 3. Whereas if we'd simply supported with Ugirstan, we would have gotten cut ourselves, and it would have been 4 against 4, and he would not have taken Yarkand.
Yeah, fantastic.
Tactical improvements, and because we take both of them, and they have only one spot to retreat to, one of these is getting popped, and that's wonderful.
Yes, beautiful. I mean, it really looks really nice on the map as well, but that's a secondary.
And then they needed to put everything to hold Peking, so we're able to just walk into Xi'an and get a better position. So boom, progress.
And into Zili from Shenzhen up in on top of the Korean Peninsula. Yeah,
Yep. So
fantastic.
We've now got a lot on Peking. They really can't hold it anymore. And then we're going to have more pressure on Nanking. Like, this is the advantage of getting the jump. Like, yeah. And then furthermore, Aomon, we just take. We lost.
I think it's Aomori, but...
Aomori?
Yeah.
I believe.
That's a very hidden...
Whatever. And we also just walk into Ainu, so that's great. But then here again, it's like, we're trusting Spain, and they just take center from us instead of doing anything else. Whatever, fine. I don't know. It's not us losing it. Although notably, they built a fleet at some point. I didn't track that, but they put a fleet down. They had 4 fleets, and they used to only have 3, but they're up to 4. That's great. And again, we're taking stuff. So as is tradition in this game, our west goes mediocre at best, and then our east goes swimmingly and props up our west.
I mean, I see Nevix as well as a slight issue.
I mean, it's a slight issue, but again, we get enough dots.
It's not really that much of an issue.
It is an issue, right? We lost A dots, but it's specifically a dot that was lost to Inuit when we have a lot of units in the area, and Inuit, I seem to recall, loses a lot this phase.
Yeah, I see Athabasca pulling you out of Chukchi Sea into the one south of it, which is fantastic.
Yeah, that's wonderful.
Good getting them on side.
Yep, completely agree. That's huge, and it's also supporting an attack up. An attack on an Inuit unit, which is nice. Yeah, I don't know. This is just a good phase. With the exception that I take blame for. I caused the misguess over here.
Yeah, I mean, even with that, it's such a good phase. Like, it feels like a bad phase because of how good the other phases have been, but it's still fantastic, especially on that Mughal front.
Oh yeah, and then if you look at the actual size, we reach VSCC this phase.
Nice, well done.
And so that always feels good, right? Reaching VSCC by the same year, right? Everyone reaches VSCC kind of at the same point, right? Like, Portugal is down VSCCs, and then a bunch of people get to VSCC right here. And this is like, all right, here we can really start to see who's going to make impunity. And it's like, okay, so the 3 people are at VSCC, they're going to be in. Then it's like Spain and England are both really close. They're almost certainly in. So that's a 5-way that unless we do something stupid and give Portugal a solo, we're in. So now, what happens with England and Mugles?
Mm-hmm.
Is kind of the only question.
Shall we see the VSCC itself? It will be on the winter board here.
Yeah, if
I
this
just
helps
want to
you
see
out.
the percentage counts, because Mughal is more than 35% behind.
Yeah.
So you could probably hold them back. Getting England up, though, that's 13 supply centers you would have to get them. That's a lot. I'm not sure where you get that many. I mean, I see... Is it easier to kick them down? Because they're not that far away from being kicked down to 35%, right? They're like 69, so they need to go down 4%.
That's like net loss of 2 dots. But do you think they're losing dots?
I think Athabasca could kick them out of some in the United States.
That would require me to
They
look
do
at other
have-
parts of the map, Captain Meme. Not
Okay.
allowed. So
Uh,
I jumped ahead to actually see the builds. And we only went +2 as a reminder this phase. So we don't get to put more fleets down in the east, which is very sad. But we
Did you
do
get one in
get
the
to
Baltic?
put down
Yes, you did.
this fleet in the Baltic and this army in Bakhchisaray. And which was mandated by this retreat, by us losing Kiev like this. And now it's like, if they want to have a raider, they can just have a raiding unit, which is going to be a huge pain.
Yeah, you might just have to back off and surround it. That's painful.
Or just admit they have a raider, and like, what are they going to do? Take Moscow?
Yeah, fair, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, so the question is kind of like, what are we going to do about Mughals? What are we going to do about other people? I remember there were lots of chats that have sort of been created, as always is, between like the winners and like who's going to be in the impunity, who's not going to be in the impunity, what do we do? And like, I remember that Schwing really didn't want Mughals to be part of the impunity.
Well, they dotted Schwing for Bukhara. Don't forget that. They have wronged us greatly.
Well, it's also just like the principle of the thing. Like, we're attacking them, and like we're taking stuff from them, and they can't really defend. So like, why should they be in there? Like,
I mean, fair.
I don't know. I didn't care, right? I was so, again, we're in the impunity. I don't care anymore. You guys play your game and have fun. Honestly, I have no idea how long the game lasts from here. Really, I am watching this. Just, I know what ends up happening. I'm pretty sure. Actually, no, I don't know who's in the impunity. I know that I know enough about who's in the impunity. Okay.
Just check out completely.
Dude, I didn't. What was gonna happen? Are we not gonna win this game? Like, no, of course we're gonna win this game. Like, I sent a couple of messages here and there, but like, I don't know, man. I'm not playing. I don't have to think.
Schwing, I'm sorry your mental failed you like that.
Yeah, I'm such a failure of the mentor. Like, I don't have the relationships. Like, the only reason why I would want someone in the impunity versus not is if I really like cared about them specifically. Like back in my Spain game, I really liked working with the Inuit of that game, a complete Canadian, and I was like, hey, I want them to be in this impunity. We're gonna make this happen. I don't have anything like that this game. I didn't talk to anyone. No one like pissed me off with their press or anything because I wasn't reading their press. Something that's fun. Look at this Ruthenia supporting Transylvania into Pressburg. Look at that.
Nice. Yeah, that's really... Wait, how? What?
I actually remember something about this. Poland was sending a bunch of things being like, hey, can you stop attacking me? And then Schwing was kind of like, I need dots, so no. But, like, I'll help you take dots from other people. Like, if you want to take Stockholm or something, I can help with that. I seem to remember that being a thing that we said a lot. But, I don't know. Hey, we got supported into Pressburg. Ain't that sweet?
Yep, nice. All right.
And they walk out of Kiev into Wilno, which we...
Wilno gets the Volhynia retreat, right? So
yeah, which we don't get popped, and like we're in a bunch of places and things. I don't know. This seems fine. That's this front. All right, and then we go look at the Mughal front. I see a whole lot of nothing, right?
Whole lot of nothing.
Yeah, they kick you out of Xi'an, you go to Shanxi or Sun.
Yeah, but we get into
I don't
we get
know
into
how to pronounce
Peking.
Nice.
So it's like fine. But
And
Spain.
Ming is going like, I do not want to be your last few dots. I'm just gonna cover everything.
Yeah, and like we already made impunity, so we don't really care. And like Spain is in East China Sea, so we're not really going to be getting around and like flanking and pushing down, which would have been nice, but hey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do see Athabasca coming into there. I assume they're still working with you though.
Idea. This is what. Look, I got no clue, man. I have no more insight.
All right, fine. We'll see as we go, I guess. I am interested to find out.
All right, here's the fall again. A whole lot of nothing.
Happens.
Yeah, it was
got
like
Xi'an. The one place where it moved over in Ming, it moves again.
this time it's a disband. Look at that.
Nice.
I will note this is where like we really needed to get into Isfahan to increase the pressure on Herat, to make this playable. But
like,
Schwing wasn't looking at stalemate lines.
Yeah, Portugal has Levant next to Trebizond. You maybe don't want to annoy them. I mean, they don't anymore, but they.
Yeah, but like I don't know. It's if we're trying to fight Mughals to make progress, whatever. We really needed to increase the amount of units on the west. Whatever, but the important and then like look at Spain crushing Athabasca and like then pushing into Mughals thereafter. And you notice, right, 4 units taking Sumatra. So maybe other people are also going to pressure Mughals, and it won't just be us. But look at this misorder again. Spain, unluckily, supports Nanking up to Peking instead of the other way around.
How could that have happened?
How could that have happened? We could have just walked.
I really hope they tried to claim that was a misorder as well.
Dude, I'm pretty sure they did.
So, all right. So yeah,
Chengdu's actually pretty vulnerable now.
Yes,
because we've got 3 on it, and so they have to deal with Chengdu and Nanking. And if we like are hitting Chengdu, then Sinning is a problem, and so Tsengpa might be needed to help cover Sinning. And I don't know, man. The front's getting like we made a little bit of progress and got a disband. That means you can do stuff, right? And we've got the fleets in the area and stuff. Obviously, it's a lot better if Ming is in places to fight, but they're not, so that's fine. And then look, Athabasca help us.
Fantastic.
That's convenient.
I think they are just aiming for impunity now then. I do love the core in Ainu. Just like, yeah, sure. Core life, let's go.
Dude, I mean, if Schwing didn't want to core so much, we would have never gotten units out in the Baltic or in this area.
That's true. It's worked really well. Yeah. Right. And you get you get the Pressburg retreat into Cilicia here. That's really nice.
Yeah, but we don't move into Gulf of Gdansk, which I think is like us probably trying to work with Poland or something.
No, it's focusing on... maybe it's you thinking that you need to kick England out of the impunity, so stay next to Stockholm.
I don't know, man. I got... Wait, is that it? This is it, right?
Oh, that's it. That's the end of the game.
Okay. Right.
You are not 35% ahead. What?
Maybe people surrendered. But this is the end, right? This is the final, this is the end? It's over, right?
Yeah. That's the end. I remember I had to find the final. I obviously have to assemble all these maps in advance, but I don't tend to look at them very much. But this I had to go and find the scoreboard because there wasn't an official one. So I just hunted through people's voids until I found someone who called for the scoreboard. Yes, so thank you to whoever did that.
Oh wait, but Mughals is not VSCC.
Yeah.
Wait, who's in the impunity? Wait, what?
I wonder if they just called it a draw.
See, like I know that
that Russia is in whatever victory condition is needed, okay? Portugal did not solo, and Russia is in there. Wait, who's in the
Yeah.
impunity?
I don't think it's an impunity. Hang on.
What?
Like,
No!
is there a draw vote channel? There is.
It's not council. I see
Play
draw
on
votes.
Yay, 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 yay,
Surrender
yay,
vote.
yay.
Okay, yeah, it was a
Oh,
surrender vote.
Okay.
And it
A
included
surrender vote
Mughals.
has been called to Portugal, Russia, Athabasca, Spain, England, and Mughal. I did not know you could do that. Maybe that's special for this game.
I mean,
'Cause
I
I
think it
think
makes
you-
sense.
Yeah.
And
I thought
okay,
you do have to actually get to 100% in order to be eligible to be surrendered to, but I might be mistaken.
real talk. I don't like a lot of surrender votes, right? Because it does feel kind of bad to me when people like are giving up when they have a chance of winning. But if you look at the drop off after Mughals, it goes 67% to 14%. Everyone else in the game is just completely hopeless. And then it's like, how much are we going to fight to stop Mughals from being part of the draw? And the answer was
Yeah.
not at all. Oh, there was a little bit. I remember there was some dumb negotiations where Poland was like, "Hey, I'll switch my vote to no if you give me something."
I think also I'd be looking at that Portugal plus 12 and going, oh my god, we need to end the game right now.
Do we like it's Portugal, man? Surely, if we like hit Portugal, they don't win. But
Colonials can grow so fast, especially when people around them don't have a chance of winning. Like, look at Africa right now. There's Congo and Abyssinia, and I assume they've been fighting to the death here, right? But if they just decide, game's over, then Portugal gets, 20 supply centers? Probably less than that, but...
no, I mean
there's quite a
Congo
lot
is
there.
down to 7, and Abyssinia so
Abyssinia,
12.
okay, 12.
It's
12
still
centers.
12 more. It's huge, right? 12 more is like 24% or something, right?
And yeah, note that they are already almost 20% ahead.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think it's reasonable. I no longer care, right? I was really checked out, and even in my game, if you're in the impunity, a win's a win. So Schwing won. Congratulations. Congratulations to all the winners, but specifically my winner. Yeah.
Very well played. I mean, that was a much better Russia game than the last Russia game we covered. It's nice to see someone succeed with it. Well done, Schwing.
Yeah.
Like,
I think
that was a beautiful game. Like, it was a masterpiece play here. There were some occasional mistakes, but I think just generally the overall strategy was really on point, and clearly the negotiations were too, right?
Yeah, as far as I think a perfect example game that I really would recommend to any person who is new to diplomacy and looking to get into it, this game just checks all of the boxes. Solid alliance play, but not Care Bear alliance play. We're not sacrificing our win equity for the sake of our ally, but recognizing that the two of us can make huge progress together. This is also Imperial Diplomacy, which has slightly different stuff from regular diplomacy, but the same concepts apply. A good job getting people that you're fighting to still help you. With Ming, we messed with them, made them a vassal, got to work with them. With Poland, with Austria, with Sweden, we had all of these times where they used to attack and then they flipped to not fully attack us, which is really good play. Ottomans, it has solid positional play, just getting incrementally stronger and stronger. I don't think there was any big play, really, that was done this game. I think there were two big moves in the second half where we hit Poland and hit Bugles, but neither one of them I felt risked anything at any point, which is something that I consider with big plays. It's like, this is a risky play that has a chance to go south. I didn't feel that way at any point. Like, this just felt like make a solid play after solid play after solid play all the way through. And that's just the dream.
Yeah, absolutely. I really love it. It's been a joy to watch. And thank you to everyone else who participated in the Mentors game as well. Obviously, we were very focused on watching Russia, but it's been a fantastic game to watch overall. And if anyone wants to check out what happened in this game and all the advice that people received and all the press, you can join it on the link in the description. So there is that. Ezio, any closing words you want to make?
Yeah, huge shout out to Hobbit and the other admins and moderators for running this. This was a ton of fun to participate in, and I think it would be great to have more stuff like this specifically targeted to beginners. Thanks to Flare for making a great variant, and congrats to all of the other winners and their mentors.
Yeah, and that has been another episode of Diplo Stress. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you next time.